Hey guys, Nick here, and today, since we are finally done with What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, a 28 series parter, we are now getting into another remake, and that will be What If the Governor Met Negan. Now, I feel that I could have done this a long time ago, considering the context of it all, but I never really thought there was a need to make a remake, or either that I didn't have time to, because approximately 1 year ago, almost 2 years, this was at the start of my channel, and it has sparked over 7,000 views, 200 likes, and 67 comments, making it one of my most top videos on the channel. And that will probably always be the case unless some crazy video overtakes it, which it probably might. But anyways, since The Walking Dead has now gotten on to the spin-off territory, and these characters, one of them being dead, have expanded far beyond whatever I thought originally, whenever I, got into The Walking Dead, made this channel, yada yada yada, I thought it best, albeit with also some other people commenting it, that this series needed rehashed like several others have been, and will be for the future. So without further ado, let us dive into an actual series revolved around these two, like my Negan and Maggie little mantra. Anyways, let's set the scene. Picture your heads back to the governor killing all of his men, and then going to Woodbury after being left behind, burning it all down, and then being on his own. This time, I will take a page out of my Sophia story and say that the governor will go slightly the same direction, if not a slightly different direction, or a different direction entirely. So, he's still the same as he was, but slowly but surely, he starts to falter like he did before he saw, Megan. But this time, even though he has gone a different direction, he luckily runs into Negan, or, a savior before Negan, before he actually dies. And this would make the most sense, like Sophia, because even if it were to go a different direction, it's also a what if, and considering the context, Negan, at this time, I feel wouldn't be too far away. But anyways, Negan takes a liking to the governor, with the eye patch and the beard and him looking pretty terrifying like Season 5 Rick, and looks at him and yeah, he knows this guy's gonna die, and asks him to join, since he's pretty much on death's door. The governor, seeing that he really doesn't have a choice since he's about to die, just up and takes this without too much for words, as he was whenever, he met Lily and Tara and them. Negan smiles, saying that he ain't as intimidating as he's made out to be, but he must have been through a lot to look like that, with not really meaning to be too much of a jerk, but this is like Season 6 Negan, stuff like that, so we could expect him to be kind of a jerk, which, not to say he's still not one, but you guys get what I mean. So soon enough, they go to the sanctuary, where, yes, they would be around the sanctuary around this time, because it's not too far off from when they met Negan, and the governor gets all cleaned up, shaves his beard, and looks completely unrecognizable, at least to Negan's eyes, because it's pretty much like when he saw that little videotape of Season 5 Rick with Deanna. He really is like, is that you under all that man bush? And context would be delivered much earlier to the governor. And he was like a completely different person. And soon enough, the governor, kind of begrudgingly, because, it's not like he asked to be here, gets to know all of the saviors, the sanctuary, what they're about, and mind you, this is still Season 4 territory. So, by the point of them getting to the sanctuary and doing all that stuff, this would be around Season 5, kind of? So, yeah, which means the Croat would still be around. And yes, this is the first story that I'm going to be including the Croat in. I know I mentioned him in, like, I think Sophia joined Negan and Madison's family joining Rick stories, but now he will be included and mean a lot for the details of this story. Meanwhile, before we cut to them a little bit more, we're going to explain a little bit of what's going on in the prison. And this is going to be back and forth between Rick's group and the governor and Negan, because that's how it was with Sophia and Negan. Gotta shapeshift it a little bit. Rick and Carl's relationship would be a lot different here because the governor would never show up, so Carl has no reason to hate him. And the prison would remain in good shape. Also, you might be wondering what's going to happen to the Chandlers because of the governor not being there. Well, just like my other stories, I included Tara being the only one to live and then being a savior, but as of my Madison's family joining Rick's story, I'm going to include a new mantra to this particular detail, if the governor were not to go there, of course. Tara and Megan being the ones to survive, joining the militia, and then Pete being the leader, obviously, and joining Negan. So yes, Negan now has the governor and the tank again. But it won't be lost in the same way that it was in my other story, I assure you. It will be much different to how the tank is shown in the Savior Saga this time. Not to say it will be lost, but I ain't gonna spoil anything yet. But anyways, like I said, the prison would remain in utter good shape, and the virus would start to slow down, but still be a problem. Herschel would also still be alive, at least for now. And him and Michonne would go out, burn the bodies, and nothing bad would happen. Dara and Beth would also start to develop a relationship, because I've literally included it in all my stories, and I guarantee you that it would happen. It would happen. And Bob and Sasha would officially get into a relationship themselves. Tyrese would also still be around. Not that he wasn't around after the prison arc, he's just around. And would still be looking for Karen and David's killer. Because remember, before the governor did his whole thing there, he was still looking. Also, Lizzie and Miko would still be around because they died, like, not even before season 5, pretty much. Anyways, that conversation is actually what we need to talk about here. Because of the governor not being here and doing a little tank kaboom and everybody getting ransacked and everything going to crap, basically. This means that the conversation between Rick, Daryl, and Tyrese down in the lower part of the prison would actually come to pass fully, and Tyrese would learn that Carol is the one who killed Karen and David. Not that he didn't learn originally, but this time it would be Rick and Daryl that told him instead of Carol, because remember, Carol is banished. She ain't coming back, because there's no prison fight. She has no need to ever come back with them. And Tyrese would be shocked at this, I'm sure. Much more shocked than whenever he found out from Carol's own lips before season 5. But I feel that he would eventually come to understand why she did it, and understand that Carol isn't a bad person. He even openly admitted it. But he doesn't mean that he would be happy about it. But he at least, at this point, understands where Rick is coming from. And Daryl, of course, because he was by the side. Also, Lizzie's craziness would soon be discovered, and it would be discovered also that she is the one who had been feeding the walkers rats. And Rick would eventually come to understand how crazy Lizzie is with the walkers and everything, and that she needs to ultimately be taken down. So he offers to do it himself. Not that he wants to kill a child, but it kind of has to happen. But unfortunately, he can't bring himself to do it, like I had him do in small other stories. Not too many of them, but still. Because then, this is a different Rick we're talking about. His mind flashes to when he killed Sophia as a walker, and also Lori and Shane dying. And because this Rick has far more different dynamics than the other Ricks I've covered, well, not too far to some, but close enough. This means that whenever it comes to this, he wouldn't be able or want to do it this way. Especially season 4, Rick. Daryl just does the job for him, because Daryl honestly is one of those characters where he didn't really care about many situations, or if any, unless it came to like his family and stuff like that, or so to speak, family. Mika would be kind of upset about this, but when you really think about it, this was bound to happen. She even openly admitted that her sister was sick. So I feel that she would accept this eventually, like Tyrese accepted the whole Karen and David situation in the canon storyline and in this one. Speaking of Carol, like I said, because of the prison fight not happening, this means that she would have no reason to go back. And she would be out on her own. And yes, she would still survive, but she would make her way sort of towards the way of Terminus, but not really that way. She wouldn't even be able to find the signs yet, because she would be in the area looking for stuff and basically trying to do what Rick said. Survive, essentially. And it's very hard for her, because she really cared about the group, and now she's banished. But before she can drew on this further and continue just by herself, she gets encountered by 3 people. Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene are in the flesh, and they ask her if she is willing to join them, for Eugene has the cure for all of what's happened. Carol, being Carol, well, that's up to you guys. What do you think? Do you think that this Carol, who's currently banished from the group, will ever want to go with these people to Washington? Or do you think that this Carol, who has not come back with the group because of the whole prison fight not happening thing, do you think she'll want to even go anywhere at all? Or do you think that this is the same Carol, and that the adventure with her will be a lot different than you might think? And welcome to part 2 of What If the Governor Met Negan? The Remake, where in the last episode we basically covered the entrance into how the governor would necessarily meet Negan, similar to how he did in the original one-parter, and what would happen with Rick and the group at the prison and everything like that, and Carol being out on her own now, since there would be no prison fight, meaning that she would come across Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene, and she agrees to go along with them to go to Washington, which is where we will resume our story. Now, Abraham is of course very delighted that Carol decides to come along, because that means that even if it's one person, unlike Glenn and Tara, it means that they still have someone on their side. So they go off. But eventually they do come across the Claimers, because I feel that this would be a good point to introduce them into the story at this point in time, and we would have to see Carol, Rosita, and Abraham, mainly, go up against them, and the skirmish accidentally destroys the vehicle. Well, I say destroys, more like whenever Eugene shot it in the original, the gunshots and everything that would go off here, because it would be a decent battle, would make them lose their vehicle. But they do come across the signs for Terminus after trying to look for a new vehicle, probably finding a small one like they did whenever Glenn and Tara went to look for Maggie. But Carol recommends nonetheless that they go to Terminus, not only to maybe search for a better vehicle or something like that, and not only to stock up on more supplies and like give themselves the time to recollect themselves, but also to get more people involved, because it will probably be very hard for the 3 of them to get Eugene to Washington, especially with how many people they've lost before she came along. Now, Abraham is very reluctant to do this because all he cares about is getting Eugene to Washington, but he does agree on the fact that Carol is 100% right here, and the fact that she is still willing to go along with this despite of what's happened, and he recognizes her as a pretty much unfearful person, not really someone to really take something sitting down. Soon enough, Rick and the group comes across the signs for Terminus 2, because as I forgot to mention, and I discussed in a community post before I even made this whole story, Rick and the people at the prison would eventually leave because of the virus, but I'm really going to add a little bit more to that. It's not the virus 100% that would make them leave the prison. It's due to the fact of what the walkers did before they met the governor again in the original, and the virus and what it had done already. Let's face it, the prison would be destined to be abandoned whether the governor came back or not. So Rick and them would eventually be on the road, and this would be already when Carol, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene are already approaching Terminus, kind of. So Rick decides that even though the prison was a very good place for an extended period of time, that they would have had to leave originally because of everything that happened, virus, walkers, etc., and decides that Terminus is the next best place to go to get themselves recollected and maybe stay there, because why not? Soon enough, Carol and Abraham and company come across Martin and his cabin, and this would be like the canon Carol, except this time there'd be no Judith or Tyrese in company, so it would just be her, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene. And Martin tries to defend himself and not be a total, crazy person, and says that there's room for all of them at Terminus and not to do anything crazy. Eugene makes an idea. If Terminus is really a bad place, which he really doesn't think it is, why don't they split the resources? Since there's 4 of them, why don't 2 of them go and check out Terminus, the other 2 stay here with Martin, make sure he doesn't do anything crazy, just in case that this is really a bad idea. Carol decides to go with Abraham, and the 2 of them will go down to Terminus and see what's up. Eugene and Rosita stay behind, so that way not only is there someone to look into if Martin actually tries anything, but someone's there to keep Eugene safe to get him to Washington. Because let's face it, if Martin were to be crazy, Eugene would definitely not be safe at this point in time. So we get to Terminus with Carol and Abraham, and everything seems to be going good. They're introduced the same way where Glenn and company were in the original, and Gareth would also introduce himself, and things seem to be okay. There's really not a cause for alarm or anything, and then it gets bad, as we know, which we saw off screen and then on screen whenever Rick and them saw the items. Yeah, let's face it, Abraham and Carol would still get locked away. And this would be much different this time, because Carol would actually be locked up. Because remember, she saved the group in the original. I don't think I've ever had her locked up, ever. So this would be very different for her character. Now Rosita, she's starting to get a little worried, because Abraham and Carol haven't come back for some time now. And Eugene, he's starting to get equally worried, if not more so, because due to his calculations, they definitely should have been back by this point in time. And this starts to resonate with them that maybe Terminus was a bad move. But before they could stew on this further and think about it more, Martin, albeit kind of quietly, starts to smirk and then laugh. And, oh boy, bad move, because Rosita whirls around, points her gun straight at Martin's face, and even attacks him, because we all know that no matter what season, Rosita was always a savage, and asks him to elaborate on what could possibly be so funny and what possibly happened to Carol and Abraham. And Martin says that there's no reason to tell her, because they'll all be dead soon anyway. And, yep, Terminus was a bad move. And Rosita is ready to just put 68 bullets straight into the cranium of Martin. But just then, Martin's walkie goes off. Because unlike the original Carol, Rick and his people hadn't been to Terminus yet. So the walkie would just be going off now for Abraham and Carol. So it would still be on. Eugene tells Rosita to halt proceedings on killing Martin anytime soon, because now they know that Terminus isn't the sanctuary that they thought it was, and that it was a really bad idea. And Martin could be the key to possibly getting Abraham and Carol back. Even though it's a one-person trade, they gotta do something. They can't just leave them to die or whatever they're going to do to them. So they could take Martin in exchange for both of them. It's a risky plan, but what else do they have to lose or gain in this whole thing? So they cuff Martin or, restrain him or whatever, and then they knock him out to make sure he doesn't do anything. And with that said, Rosita and Eugene proceed to go to Terminus and hopefully get themselves to get Abraham and Carol back. But will it be a fruitious plan? Well, that's where we're leaving them for this episode. For the rest, let's talk about the governor and Negan. So, the governor's been doing pretty good and getting himself back in the shape that he was before he, got left behind. And honestly, seems to dig the Saviors a little bit. It's honestly like his community, except much more civilized. Or it's much different with him. And he even has his pistol still and his old burst assault rifle. So you obviously can't take those two weapons away from the governor. But he does get a special weapon in form of a magnum. Because let's face it, the pistol that the governor had, a magnum wouldn't be, too far-fetched for the governor. And I gave Sophia a friggin' double-headed spear, so, yeah. The governor, like I said, he is really getting into the field of being with the Saviors. Even though this place is more based on slavery than when he had it, before he went crazy, he still digs the whole routine of Saviors and what they do, what Negan's all about. But he has something he wants to tell Negan. One surefire thing to make him obey Negan for once and for all, if there was any doubt. He wants a sword. No real reason that he's going to express at the moment. He just wants a sword. And if they ever meet or save people, 3 of them being Rick, Daryl, and Michonne, he wants to kill them and torture them personally. Other than that, he'll be willing to go along with anything that Negan has to say. And that's it. He's already been doing a pretty good job of it. So all he wants is a sword and to hopefully, in the future, find and torture Rick, Daryl, and Michonne. Negan smiles at this, not questioning anything yet, but he does smile at this, not only with the request of the governor, thinking that he's already up there, but the fact that he is already seemingly pledging his loyalty under a few minor conditions. But the killing and torturing thing, he's not going to refuse this yet, but he does ask why. That's Negan's proposal. If the governor tells Negan the story of why he wants these people dead and tortured, he will give in to his small minor requests. Other than that, he's going to do what he's been doing. Basically getting into the field of what he already was doing. Nothing really changed. And the governor just looks down. Because he really didn't expect to have to really tell the truth on this whole thing. He even lied to Lily and their family. He never told them. So will he tell Negan? Or will he make up a governor-excused lie to get himself the revenge he wants? Hey guys, and welcome to part 3 of What If the Governor Met Negan, the remake. Now in the last episode, we covered pretty much a handful of stuff regarding Carol, Abraham, and the entrance to Terminus in a much different way. And then at the end, we covered the governor trying to make a deal with Negan, give him a sword, and the permission to kill Rick, Daryl, and Michonne to ever appear again, if they were, under the condition he tells Negan who he is and why he was the way he was, with the eye patch and, the way he was. So in this episode, we see the governor reveal, in a governor way, Negan, his backstory. He talks about the town he used to pretty much lead, Woodbury, and how he was very good at it. But that all changed when two women appeared at his doorstep, Michonne and Andrea. They stabbed him in the eye, killed his daughter, and, with the help of many others, burned his camp and left him to search and scavenge and pretty much be a shell of the man he used to be. And they were in cahoots with a man and with people named Rick and Daryl and his own former Lieutenant Merle, who he was able to kill before he was eventually overpowered by Rick and his people. Ever since then, he had just been trying to get away from it all just so he could live. Trying to scavenge what little he could. He was lucky that Negan found him when he did. Otherwise, to be fair, after all he'd went through, probably would have felt better if he died. But now, because of what he's been shown in the sanctuary, he's ready to fully pledge loyalty to Negan if he agrees to his little demands, now that he's revealed his backstory, or, a governor backstory, the same he did with Lily and her family. Speaking of which, you might think that Negan wouldn't be such a fool to fall for this, like Tara and them all were, but he does, because the governor would make it in a way where Negan would have to believe him, and he does. So, the governor gets his sword, and even though it's highly against Negan's string of influence, allows him, if the time ever were to come, that Rick, Daryl, and Michonne die and get tortured at the governor's hands. But no one else. He has to pledge loyalty to Negan fully and completely, now that he's been given these demands. And, with all of this, and the upcoming possible reunion with the three, the governor gets into a friendship with the Croat. And that's where we leave that little string for the moment, because we're going to be touching in a lot with them until, they meet Rick and all of them again, because that will happen. Back at Terminus, Rick and the group start to slowly close in on the place in a much different way. I feel that they would still bury guns, but they would just be getting into the process of that and getting to the town whenever Rick sees something. Daryl comes out of one of the trees, or one part of the woods rather, with two people who we know to be Rosita and Eugene, about to make their plan. They left Martin at the cabin to still enact their plan, but they saw Rick's group, and that's why they really left them, because they weren't able to really get their plan done. They thought these people could help them. And Rick, he doesn't know what's going on, and thinks that these two are like spies or something, and asks who they are, did they come from the town, and what's going on. Rosita explains the whole deal on who they are, and they gotta get Eugene to DC because he has the cure for it all, and that they should not go to Terminus, and they actually had a plan to get two of their people back, but then they saw Rick's people and decided to go to them for help, and think that they'll be good to get two people that they lost back. And Rick asks who these people are, because of course he's not going to know that Carol's down there yet, but he decides to go along with this and asks who the people are that are down there. Eugene says one of them's Sergeant Abraham Ford, a real muscle tower, and with orange hair that could really help, and a gray-haired woman named Carol. And this immediately shocks the entirety of the group, because remember, Carol was still banished in this story, which she was canonically, and she just saved everyone's lives. Mika's the first to react to this because she has not heard that name or seen Carol since the prison, and she didn't even know she was banished. Daryl did, and he is the next to react to this because he's the one that got mad at Rick for doing it. So you can imagine how heartfelt this is going to touch Daryl especially. Rick is the final one to react and says that no matter what, they were probably going to go along with this plan because there isn't too much of it that sounds far-fetched, but now they're definitely going to go and seek extra precaution and go along with the plan because Carol's down there, even if she did kill Karen and David. Eugene explains the full... Well, they already explained who they are and everything, but he explains more about the mission and everything else, and that they need Abraham especially. But they had a plan to get both of them back regardless. Then Eugene goes on to explain that they have one of the people from Terminus held captive in his own cabin, and said that before Rick and his people showed up around the corner of where the cabin was, their plan was to make a trade with Martin for, Abraham and Carol. Kind of a far-fetched trade, but it was the best they could come up with. And Rick says they'll get the trade done either way, because these people, even though there's not too much they know about them, the fact of the matter is they kidnapped one of their own, and one of, their own, if you know what I mean. So Rick nods in approval with the plan and sends Daryl and Michonne to go to the cabin where Martin has awoken because he was knocked out after being restrained, and ultimately take him, and the entire group heads off to Terminus to complete the plan. Now, at Terminus, they enter in a sort of way that they did originally, just to make sure they're not sneak attacked. Once in, the mood gets really serious after Gareth tries to introduce himself and say, "Welcome to Terminus, fake, blah 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 blah." But Rick shuts that crap down immediately, now knowing not about the cannibalism, but that these people cannot be trusted, since they have two of their own held captive, and immediately asks to have his people back. Gareth tries to question this almost immediately, still playing the somber, "oh, we're not evil" routine, and all this, Gareth style. But Rick just does not buy into any of it, saying that, "You guys have two of our people, we have one of yours, so how about we just make this very, very simple, and you give us our people, and we give you yours." And then Rick goes on to further explain, once Gareth starts to question, "one of our people? What do you mean?" And the mood turns pretty serious pretty straight away after they had just gotten into Terminus. Rick goes on to explain that they encountered one of their people in a cabin named Martin, and heard that two people approached here, which is two of their group, and they want him back. And this trade is going to work, and he's going to agree to this. Gareth, I mean. Gareth, for one thing, thinks that these people are just lying, and goes on to say, "Why should we believe you that you kidnapped Martin? And on another hand, why should we listen to you with this deal?" And like I said, the mood is turning pretty serious pretty right away. But Rick isn't fazed in the slightest. Even though cannibalism isn't known to the Terminus people at the time, like I said, they're still known to be pretty crazy to Rick and their people. And with one smirk from Rick, he pushes Martin forward, who is very injured and looking exactly like he did before he was killed by Sasha, albeit from the stab marks because, he's not dead yet. So, yeah, he's pretty roughed up because Rick gave him a little bit of a beating himself for the trickery that the Terminus people put them through. Rick now says to Gareth that there should be no doubt in Gareth's mind that they are serious and that they are telling the truth, and it should be a further sign to give him their people back. And he isn't playing around anymore, and says that if they don't give the people back, he's just going to kill Gareth and Martin and everybody here right now. Rick is at that point where he's starting to get impatient, because he wanted to do this swiftly, because Terminus seemed like a good place, and the people seemed sort of reasonable by just kidnapping them and not doing anything major. But when Gareth refuses again, Rick just completely loses patience and is cool at this point and shoots off Gareth's finger, similar to the comics with Chris and Gareth's original counterpart, except it's not two fingers this time. Whether it be one finger or two fingers like the comics or the show really doesn't matter to the point where Rick is just losing his cool. At this point, he'd rather just shoot him in the head and be done with it, but he tells him that he's run out of patience and to give him the people back now. And Gareth, like his original show counterpart after Rick shot off his fingers originally, or finger, is just all down on his knees at this point and is just ready to listen to Rick finally, and tells his people to go ahead and get Abraham and Carol and bring them out. Then we get a tearful, nice reunion with everybody that knew Carol mainly and having her back, even though she didn't save him this time. From Daryl first, and then Rick, and then Mika, who unfortunately has to break the news when Carol questions it about where Lizzie is, saying that she got all crazy about the walkers and everything, and Rick tried to put her down, but Daryl did the job for him, and that. Carol would be upset at this, but happy at the fact that Mika is alive. Tyrese would be the next to hug Carol, and says that he forgives her. Carol is confused about this at first, but then explains, Tyrese, that he knows about what happened with Karen and David. Rick and Daryl told him, and that he forgives her. It's pretty, I imagine that Carol would be pretty confused and sad about this, but I feel that it would just drop away right quickly. Rick and Abraham nod in approval at the fact that Rick was nice enough to save Abraham's life too. Then Rick explains that it just felt right to save Abraham too. Rick then turns to Gareth, who's on the ground in a very Season 5-like way, and says that he's not going to kill him or anybody else here. They did the right thing after they showed authority by giving the people back. And he will not kill Martin or anybody here. But if they ever show their faces around them again, or try anything to kidnap or hurt them again, he will not hesitate to kill every one of them. And they're not staying here, because they can't be trusted. Gareth agrees to this and says to Rick that they will never cross paths again, saying that just like his Season 5 counterpart. And with that, the group leaves Terminus. And Terminus is still intact, mind you. It has not been blown up, and walkers have not flooded in. So, because of this, do you think that Gareth and the group will still survive here? Do you think that they will retaliate in some way, devolving into hunters like before? Or do you think that because Gareth has gotten his fingers shot off early, and authority has been shown to the people at Terminus, do you think that they will ever really encounter Rick's group, and maybe even tell the truth like we all thought they were in the original? Or do you think that this is just a ploy, and that Gareth, even in the original, never meant to stay out of their way? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we'll be getting into part 4 of What If the Governor Met Negan Remake. Last time we opened up with the governor telling Negan a fake story, as the governor often would, Negan buying it, and the governor getting a sword, and the promise that he would be able to kill Rick, Daryl, and Michonne if they ever came face to face, along with pretty much ending the Terminus arc, leaving it with a cliffhanger. And we will cover the rest of that little cliffhanger with Gareth and them, as well as more with Rick and the governor today. Now, Martin, of course, being Martin, is angry at the fact that Gareth just let these people go, and nothing came of it. They literally came in, beat him to a bloody pulp, and shot off Gareth's finger, and they get to leave? And he says that they should go after them. But Gareth, for one thing, having already submitted to Rick like he did before he got killed, we'll put it in the terms that he actually does not want to engage them in further combat anymore, because it seemed that way before Rick killed him. He could have very well been a way to redeem Gareth, and says that going after them now would be a mistake. Not only because he submitted to them already, and them, but because they only really called off their proceedings with them. They didn't even know about what they did with the whole eating people thing. They just kidnapped their people. So everything else is good, they just can't mess with Rick and their people. But Martin believes that this would eventually come to bite them in the future. Who's to say that Rick and them won't come back right now and kill them all? They should be dealt with now, properly, the way that they've always dealt with people after they got this place back. And he says that if Gareth won't do anything, he will. But he doesn't get to properly finish that sentence, or his motive, because he just gets straight gunned down in the process. Gareth said that he did not want to do this, just like he never wanted to do anything that him and everybody else did, including Martin himself. And unfortunately says that to show that he's serious about staying away from Rick and his people, and to show that their motives are still very clear, Martin will unfortunately be their feast tonight. And that would be pretty dark, eating pretty much Gareth's second in command. But that's where we leave Terminus for a long while, like a long while, which we will cut back to Rick and the governor and Negan for the remainder of the story for now. Anyways, Rick and them are leaving Terminus when they do still rescue Father Gabriel. And remember, Carol did not save them this time. So all the group's already together. So nothing there. Father Gabriel gets saved and they get led back to the church. And we have some survivors. Herschel, Mika, and Beth. 3 big survivors, at least for this time. Now, when we get to Father Gabriel's church, nothing really changes. Outside of 3 people being alive, nothing at this point in time really differentiates from the original, besides extra dialogue and stuff like that. And when we get to the food bank part, which would still happen, that doesn't change either, because the same group, I feel, would go, outside of maybe one more person outside of the 3 people I just said. But Bob still does die here, so once again, nothing changes. Bob, unfortunately, due to Father Gabriel's cowardice, gets bit here. But here's where another change comes in, outside of, the whole Terminus thing. Bob and his bite would most likely be discovered sooner, because of people like Herschel and Beth round, and the cannibals and Gareth and them not being a threat. Bob's bite, it would most likely lead him to not going out on his own. And even if he did, there are no scenes with Gareth and them at this time. So that means that Bob and his bite would be discovered sooner. He wouldn't lose his leg, and he'd probably die in the same way that he did. It'd just be a little bit different. Now, Abraham still is very persistent in the fact that he wants to leave, even though there's no immediate threat. But he wouldn't be as persistent here because there's no threat. Now, Father Gabriel, and his little secret wouldn't be enough to really make him and Rick butt heads like they did. So all in all, we get to the whole Washington thing, which would still happen, by the way, except Tara's not there. Because as I said, her and Megan joined the militia, like my What If Madison's Family Joined Rick's story, and then they joined Negan, so now Negan has the tank and the governor, and all that stuff. But the Washington, D.C. thing pretty much happens per normal, except Beth is an extra witness to everything that happens. And she is one of the ones who gets to see and hear everything about Eugene lying and stuff. And speaking of Beth, There is no Grady Memorial Hospital. Now I know you guys are probably thinking, oh, Nick, why do you always skip out on the hospital arc? You do it every single story. Because there's no literal way I can fit Dawn into a story. But since Terminus and its people are still alive, who knows? I might bring them in. But that's a big might. Not going to spoil anything. All right. So the group will still leave the church here after some time because of Father Gabriel's lie, and even though there's no Beth and the hospital, I feel that the group would leave the church all in all. I have had that happen before. And we get the whole big group outside of Tara and Noah not being there. And the 3 survivors, as I mentioned, Herschel, Mika, and Beth, would still be around. And Tyrese, because at this point, we are at the point where Tyrese would have been dead by this point, at least an episode or 2 after he died. But he gets to live here, for now at least. But yeah, that is an extra survivor to add to our list. Short survivor list, but hey, this is a little bit into The Walking Dead with this what if, so what can you really say? Anyways, we get to the group at the barn because of the whole rain thing, the water on the road, and pretty much all that stuff happening per normal. Now, I don't feel like Maggie and Sasha would be sitting out by the log and everything with the music box and all that, because I feel that the only reason that they did that is because they both lost someone. Sasha lost Tyrese, and Maggie lost Beth. But since that hasn't happened here, the only real reason I could see Sasha being out there is maybe still mourning Bob, which would make sense. But I feel that Tyrese and Beth would also play in the part to maybe being out there with them if they were sitting out there. Maggie, I feel, would just be out there just to comfort Sasha, even though she hadn't lost Beth. But I still feel the interaction and them sitting out there would make for Aaron showing up pretty much the same way, except it would be a little bit different. Because honestly, with Rick and their people at this point in time, and for the pretty much point until we get to Alexandria, there's not too many changes I can think of that would really turn the story over its head. But all in all, Aaron, that whole interaction is going to happen, and that's where we leave them for this episode. Now we're going to cut to the governor and see what happened since he told Negan his story and everything, and since he got a sword. He's been doing really well, and he's held up his end of the bargain by listening to Negan. He already was, but now he's just been listening to him more, since there's more in it for him than there was originally, outside of him saving his life. But the governor's artillery consists of such, which I already touched upon in the either last episode or the one before. Governor has his old pistol and his burst assault rifle, nothing changes. But the Saviors had added him a magnum and the sword he was presented. And his friendship with the Croat, who is around, by the way, first story I really bring him in, his friendship with the Croat has really evolved dramatically. Because if you think about it, the Croat is like a darker version of Milton or Eugene. He, from what we know of him, fits that bill. And since the governor now has it in him to when he meets, if he meets Rick, Darrow, and Michonne, the governor and the Croat at a different part of the sanctuary, not really different, just a bunker, a basement pretty much, have built a torture chamber and are expanding upon it thoroughly. And we know how the governor had that little setup with the torture chamber for Michonne in the original story. And in my What If Laurie Survived, he pretty much was forced to build torture chambers. And now he is solely doing this with the Croat to prepare himself for when he does meet Rick, Darrow, and Michonne again. And the Croat is a big help for this. This is definitely be a very dramatic friendship. Then we get to the Kingdom's first appearance. Because if you remember, we were introduced to the Kingdom a lot sooner than people might assume. Because we already knew that the Saviors had come to the Kingdom, but we didn't get any knowledge of said plot until Dead City had that whole subplot with the Croat and Negan and the Croat killing the kid. But that's going to be where the next change comes in, with the governor being around. Because the governor being around makes something really interesting pop up, and a very interesting end question to leave off this episode. Will the Croat still kill the kid from the kingdom? Or will the governor being around force the Croat to take a different turn? Or do you think that the governor and the Croat's friendship is so influential that they might turn on Negan together and either kill him or get sent out together?
Look, I don't care what you are. This ends now! We're the ones who live.
Hey guys, and welcome to part 5 of What If the Governor Met Negan, the remake. Last time, we touched upon the rest of the Terminus arc, Father Gabriel, and the entrance to Alexandria with Rick and company, and ended off with the governor and the Croat being much more influential of a friendship than we would have originally thought, considering what we do not know still of the Croat, and what will happen with the governor and the Croat regarding the kingdom's first appearance. We shall resume that. Now, the governor being around allows for a much more different plan than you might think. With the governor's fascinating loyalty to Negan, with the deal in mind that he made with him, this results in the governor being far more endeared to Negan than in my original outing, which means that when we get to the kingdom's first scene, the governor makes sure the Croat doesn't kill the kid because she could still prove to be useful and an even better hold on the kingdom. And the Croat, having already been friends with the governor for quite some time, agrees to this because the plan sounds good, and he wants to remain loyal to Negan because of how much he cares about him. He even said so himself when he met up again with Negan in Dead City. Speaking of Dead City, that little interaction that we saw with Simon, Negan, and the Croat when he killed the kid, that won't happen here. But Simon will still not like the Croat, because something tells me, even though the Croat did not kill the kid in this outing, something tells me that Simon and the Croat already didn't get along, just based off of that whole interaction. So that means that Simon's still not going to like him. And because of this, Simon starts to develop a small loathing of the governor. Now keep in mind, this isn't huge like with Negan. This is just small. Even with the Croat now, it's even dimmed down. But knowing Simon, this would progressively get worse. But at this point, he just doesn't like them. Now I know, in my original outing of this story, after the governor killed Negan, I was like, oh, him and Simon would get along great. And they already were so alike in so many ways, and everything else. Why didn't you do that again? Well, for lack of a better word, old habits die hard. And number 2, because of the Croat. You see, if I had included the Croat in my original story, albeit with more lack of context, it would have endeared towards the governor and the Croat having a better friendship than the governor and Simon. Which means that in this particular outing, the governor and Simon won't have that little hatred for Negan and friendship. That friendship will now be replaced with the governor and the Croat, since for one thing, the governor has something in his mind to keep him going and loyal to Negan, and for another, the Croat reminds him of him, per se, and of what he used to strive for in Woodbury. Now, Negan's still going to have suspicion about the Croat, but he's not going to want to kill him or think he's a rabid dog like he did originally. But he's not going to have any, hatred for him or kill him or anything like that because of the governor. And the governor's already endearing loyalty to Negan, and the fact that he's calmed down what Negan thought the Croat would just turn into a monster, this means that he likes the governor even more, and is considering in putting him in one of the top places in his savior whole stack there. Now, the governor and the Croat's whole friendship has also meant that, if I did not touch upon this already, they have actually expanded on a basement to the sanctuary, and in said basement is the governor's plan for when Rick, Daryl, and Michonne eventually show their faces. An entire basement torture chamber. And because of the Croat's influence in the governor's already perceptive mind when torturing, this means that a second one would be built. Think of a basement, and then think of a torture chamber the size of that basement. And then think of a second one and combining the two. That's how crazy this whole friendship has endeared. But we're going to cut to Alexandria for the remainder, since we've already covered a good bit. Now, the whole thing with Rick and the entrance to Alexandria pretty much plays out as you would expect, outside of a few extra people and Tara and Noah not being involved. But the interviews would play out the same way, nothing would change here, because with Rick and them, ain't too much changing from the original story. Glenn still punches Aiden, and much of the interactions go per normal. But we get our first major change, as I've discussed in other stories, albeit very differently, kind of, with Mika being around, or at least someone that would influence Carol, or be around her and not make her, like the character that she was originally in the story. At this part. This means that when she would try and go and get the guns from the armory, if she even would at all, that means if she were to, Sam and her would not have, she wouldn't threaten Sam. So that means that Sam's not going to be a little crybaby and traumatized, as I've done before. So yeah. Daryl and Beth, Daryl's character would also remain lighter, because Beth would be around, and like I've said in many of other stories, this would result in a relationship which they had already been forming, which would be almost complete by this point in time. Now, when we get to the whole run with Glenn, Aiden, Nicholas, and what would originally be Tara, Noah, and Eugene, it's going to be different here, because there's no Tara and Noah. So who do you put here to replace those two? And I've had pretty good characters to replace them before, and this one's going to be self-explanatory with an extra add-on. Beth and Tyrese. Tyrese I've added pretty much almost every single time. And Beth has barely ever been in this situation, which means that she is going to get injured by the grenade instead of Tara. And she's not killed here, she's just injured, because something makes me think that Beth would still survive here. Tara did, and they didn't seem too far apart in terms of character and strength. Tyrese, unfortunately, would die in the sliding glass doors, because I've done that before, it fits, and yeah. And Glenn would severely beat Nicholas. Now, before I might have had him kill him in this sense, but for the sake of everything, I think that if it were Noah or Tyrese, Glenn would beat Nicholas the same way, if not way more so. But if it were someone like Bob or T-Dog, he would definitely kill Nicholas. But not here. Now, we cut back to Alexandria shortly after the incident. And Daryl being there, what do you guys think will come of this? Do you think that he will kill Nicholas because of what's happened to Beth? And, including the fact that Tyrese has died, do you think that will serve as an extra add-on, even though Daryl and Beth remain together? He didn't show upwards, compassion besides being a friend to Tyrese. But what do you think will happen here? Do you think that he will kill Nicholas and risk his being here? Or do you think that him killing Nicholas here will actually mean something and not get him kicked out? Or do you think Nicholas will just straight up lie and get himself killed in the process? Really doesn't matter. That's the end where we're going to be leaving things for right now. Hey guys, and welcome to part 6 of What If the Governor Met Negan, the remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered a decent bit about the governor and the Croats' evolving friendship, as well as a bit into Alexandria, which for the most part has went the same, up until the last episode, where Beth gets injured and Tyrese dies. Now, we get to the group coming home, and Daryl having to come to terms with the fact that his lover is almost dead, and that Tyrese suffered also. We will get into what will happen right now. Once Daryl sees what's going on, he instantly starts to get all worried and angry and Daryl. But Glenn goes to explain everything that went on with Nicholas and Aiden. Nicholas being the prime reason of Tyrese, at least, but Beth, that was more Aiden's bad, really. Daryl just takes a moment, very silent, and then in a second, pulls out his gun, ready to kill Nicholas straight on the spot. He doesn't care if Nicholas wasn't fully to blame for Beth. He still resulted in Tyrese's death, who Daryl still cared about, and kind of played the part in Beth getting almost killed. Glenn goes to try and stop Daryl, trying to force the gun out of his hand and pull him away, saying that Beth is still alive, but she's clinging to life. Killing Nicholas won't accomplish anything. He got mad at Nicholas, sure, but there's nothing they could do. But Glenn doesn't really get to finish that sentence, because he gets slammed in the face by an imposing fist from Daryl. And yeah, this would hurt. A lot. And afterwards, Glenn just gets straight back up, having already dealt with Merle beating him half to death. Ironic, isn't it? And tries to stop Daryl again. But he doesn't get the gun out of his hand before the gun fires. And it doesn't hit its intended target. And it doesn't hit a wall or a building. It hits Herschel. Square on. Whether it would have been the neck or the head doesn't matter. Fact is, Herschel dies from this, having lived longer than he did originally. And I've had him live to this point before, but this time it was an accidental death. Glenn just looks for a moment and falls to the ground crying. This would be a heartbroken death, and they just got with Tyrese dying and Beth almost dying. But there is no person sadder about this death than Daryl. Oh, sure, Maggie's going to be upset about this, and Beth probably is most likely to when she wakes. But Daryl? Oh, this would infect him in ways that you couldn't even comprehend. He didn't mean for this to happen. It was just Beth that he screwed up. And he just lashed out like a wild animal. Daryl just sits in his own silence and tears, just bawling that he just killed Maggie and Beth's father without wanting to or meaning to. And he wants to blame Nicholas, but the strength he had to pull out his gun and kill him is now gone. And he says that he's leaving the group. He doesn't want to kill anyone else or hurt anyone else. And he just begins to walk away. But Rick, being around, tries to stop Daryl and says that Tyrese's death wasn't his fault. And Beth getting injured wasn't his fault. And this, sure, he messed up. But they can make this work still. Daryl is needed. And Daryl stops him and says that he can't do this anymore. He just acted in a way that he didn't want to, and admits to how he acted in the past. And although that was because Merle was locked up on that roof, he just acted in the way that he did before. Like the old passive-aggressive Daryl that didn't care about anyone else but himself. And that very behavior just got Herschel killed. And if he had been around with Beth like he should have, she wouldn't be injured. Tyrese wouldn't have died. Herschel wouldn't have died. And says that he can't risk anyone's lives anymore. He's proven that no matter how much he grows, he'll still be an outcast, a wild animal. And he's going to be on his own. And if he can't be on his own with Merle, he'll be on his own by himself. And gathers up every single one of his things, gets his bike, looks at the group one time, and goes away. That very somber moment gone. The story takes a somber turn indeed, with Gabriel still ratting out the group, and Rick and Deanna confronting each other about Pete in a very much different way. Because everyone is going to be upset about this. 3 deaths. Well, more than 3, actually. 4, really. Doesn't matter. And Daryl leaving, which wouldn't be the first time. But now, he's seemingly gone for good. Rick is even more aggressive when it comes to confronting Deanna about Pete, having all this happen, and Daryl leaving. Deanna says that she understands this, and she's upset too. She lost her son. And, albeit, even if this has all happened, she understands what Rick's going through. And understands how much Daryl must have meant to him, and how the people that they lost, especially Herschel, meant to them. But she's not comfortable with the idea of killing someone. They just lost 4 people. Aiden, Tyrese, almost Beth, Herschel. So technically 3.5? Because they don't know if Beth's going to make it. They can't kill anyone. If it comes to it, bring brute force. Deanna's open to that now. But they can't just kill anyone. They just lost 3 people. Possibly 4 if Beth doesn't pull through. If they kill Pete here, then they are just making what they've brought here, what they've built here, for nothing. And says that if they need to bring brute force to Pete, then fine. Rick goes, talks to Jesse like before, very much so aggressively than he was originally, and confronts Pete, but brings almost his complete A-game. He ain't pulling punches here like the Rick we saw in the original story. He means business. Deanna comes out, and this scene kind of goes the same, but Deanna's more open to the idea of brute force because she thinks that how Rick is dealing with stuff right now, and the way that she already knew about Pete and the way that everything's been presented, just thinks that this should be for the best. But Rick's bringing a lot more force than necessary. And Deanna is starting to get worried. Has Daryl's disappearance from the group, seemingly forever, resulted in a much darker Rick than we've ever seen possible? Or do you think that she'll eventually turn to the idea of killing Pete an episode sooner? Well, technically episode sooner. Do you think that Daryl will ever return? How is the governor and the Croat and Negan's whole thing going on while everything's gone on here? And do you think the group will ever come back from the deaths and Beth's possible death? And if you think she awakes, what will happen when Daryl's not there when she does? And that's where we're going to be leaving things for the moment.
Who are you? Someone's trying not to kill you.
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 7 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered a pretty good deal. The governor and the Croat evolving the relationship, well, friendship, more rather, don't want to say relationship. But anyways, we covered a good bit of that, and the fact that the kid from the kingdom would not be killed, because of the governor wanting this plan to kill Rick, Daryl, and Michonne to work out. Speaking of Rick, we go to him almost killing Pete. And we will cover more of that today. Deanna stops Rick in the middle of the street like she does originally, and a crowd gathers like before, but this time Deanna was more open-minded to the idea of brute force, considering Daryl left, Tyrese died. A lot more happened to Alexandria before season 6, you know? So, Rick actually is going to listen this time, because even though the Alexandria people still don't really get it, they get it enough because of the fact that stuff happened like this, like Daryl, Tyrese, Beth, Herschel, you name it. So he's not really going to speak out. He resists, but Michonne doesn't have to punch him because he doesn't make a complete imbecile of himself in the middle of the street. But that doesn't mean that Rick's going to walk away from Pete without doing something rather than what he just did. Whirls around, shoots him straight in the leg while he's on the ground, and pretty much just openly states that now there is no way that he will ever hurt Jesse or Sam or anyone again. He will be allowed to live and won't be kicked out, but that gunshot and the beating he gave, he ain't moving out of the house he's in, and he never will harm anyone again. If he does, he dies. Rick's just at that point where he don't care anymore, but he's being awfully nice considering everything that's happened. And Pete, well, he really just doesn't know what to think. He's so beaten up he can't think straight, and he's near death. Now, here are some people that are alive, some changes, and thus forth. Mika is still alive. Beth is recovering just like Tara, because I believe that Beth would pull through. And Rick is a much different person through and through. But not really, because think about it. Even though Daryl has left, Herschel just died. And really, this would put Rick around the same character development as his original counterpart. So, honestly, yeah, Rick would finally begin to show signs of the Rick that we know and love from today. Once Beth awakes, which would be awesome, she wonders where Herschel and Daryl are. And Maggie, being there, unfortunately has to break the news and tells Beth everything that happened after the grenade went off and she was left almost near death. Tells about Tyrese's death, them coming back to Alexandria, Beth still being in critical condition, and then Daryl getting all mad at Nicholas, and then accidentally killing their father. Now, Beth takes this about as well as you can possibly understand. On one hand, she can't really be mad at Daryl, all things considered. On another, Tyrese's death, that really kind of sucks. And for another, now he's gone and their father's dead. This is a lot to take in when she wakes up. It was one thing whenever Tara just had to hear about Nicholas almost killing Glenn and then Noah dying, but this is a whole new ball game of crap that's just thrown onto Beth almost right away. But Maggie pleads with Beth, she can't go out there. Daryl made his choice. There's no going back. He felt that it was right. They can't stop him. He came back of his own accord, back at the prison with Merle. Other than that, if they hadn't come back, if Daryl hadn't had that change of heart, they'd be in a really different place right now. But this time, Maggie doesn't think that anything would talk Daryl out of coming back. And all Beth can do is just sit there and really just mourn. Mourn for the loss of her father, Tyrese, and that she might never see Daryl again. Meanwhile, Daryl's just off on his own, cruising on his own, mourning on his own, but we'll get back to him. Speaking of Daryl, I bet you're wondering what will happen to Aaron finding the guy with the red poncho, since Daryl, left pretty much right whenever he appointed him as the other recruiter. what will happen to him? Will he die on his own, or will someone go with him? Well, I'm going to throw in Eric there. It's because, even though Aaron didn't want him risking his life because of his broken ankle, I feel that there would not really be a choice here, and Eric would fight back. So, he would go along with Aaron, and they both would get saved by Morgan, and Morgan would show the map, saying he was lost, and Aaron and Eric both would see the map this time, and show Morgan the way back to Alexandria. Just a little bit of a change there, nothing too major. Now, Pete, he still does try something, but he is far more injured. So before he gets the chance to do anything, he doesn't even get to kill Reg because he's that much more injured. It takes him just even more time to get the sword from Michonne's house. And I feel that, really, there wouldn't be people out there. There might be on the streets, but there wouldn't be a meeting to decide Rick leaving. So the setting for this would be very different. Pete still dies, Reg does live, and then Morgan and Aaron and Eric show up. So this brings Rick's character back to the fold a little bit more. Differs kind of from his original counterpart. We get into the 6th season with Rick kind of being like the same as he was, if not a little bit different, especially with everything going on. But that's where we're going to leave them for now. Let's get to what Daryl will be up to. Because where will he go? Well, after being on his own and leaving, and just throwing everything that he'd been around in the dust, he just rides and rides and rides his bike, just all on his own, mourning for the death of Herschel that he caused, mourning that we'll never see Beth again because of it. It really hits Daryl hard, and this would be a very sad moment for him. But, soon enough, he gets stopped by some men in the road on bikes, and this would be the introduction to Little Timmy and the Brigade a little bit sooner than we'd originally see them, by just a few episodes, so nothing really too major there. But anyways, Daryl gets stopped on the road, and it would just be Daryl this time. And surprisingly, these people know who he is. They literally say his name, and say that someone at their base is expecting him, along with 2 others. But finding him? Oh, that just guarantees the other 2 that this special someone's looking for are definitely alive, and that he's coming with them. Daryl asks how they know his name, and who do these people mean by a special someone? Who is their leader? But the leader of Little Timmy and the Brigade, which I think was Little Timmy, I could be wrong, but never really cared, he, as we know, doesn't care for people who ask questions and says that this isn't a request. Daryl's coming with them, whether he likes it or not. And with that said, leader gets straight up to his face, and with a little bit of a struggle, knocks him out. Then, we cut to the sanctuary. And then we get a scene like we saw in Dead City, with Negan at his table, and then Simon coming up and talking to him. But considering the fact we already had the governor and Croat and that whole kingdom segment out of the way, this would be a much different segment here. But this time, when Simon goes to tell Negan about what he wants to in Dead City originally about the Croat, it's not about that this time, as I said. This time, it's that they don't have a problem. They have an answer. And they have Daryl Dixon. Negan goes up, introduces himself, and says that someone here is expecting him, along with 2 others, but for now, he'll do just fine, and that him and this special someone had a deal, and he's part of it. But what trouble do you think that Daryl's going to get into? What do you think the governor will do to Daryl, now that he's finally found his way to him and Negan's home. You think he'll ever get out alive? And if he does, what will happen to the remainder of the group? And what will happen to the rest of the story going forward?
Who are you? Come into the light! Pissing our pants yet?
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 8 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered the aftermath of Daryl leaving, Herschel, Tyrese dying, and Beth recovering. And Daryl leaving and all this happening, taking a heavy toll on Rick and everybody else, but still putting some of them around the same character development. And we finally get to where Daryl's been, getting kidnapped by little Timmy and his brigade and brought into the sanctuary, where he meets Negan. Negan introduces himself, and while he wanted to do this his original way, where he introduces himself, his rules at the sanctuary, and that he wants people to work for him. Which is kind of the same deal here, except he has something different in mind, with a special someone that Daryl knows, who he made a deal with him. And tells the Saviors to send him down to meet this very special someone. Daryl's just completely oblivious and confused at all this, but reluctantly has to comply with no other choice in the way he's feeling. He gets sent down to a big, huge basement in the sanctuary. And soon enough, Saviors escort him to a hall of torture chambers. And this completely shocks Daryl and even scares him, because this is just sick. These people have these torture chambers, and supposedly they have nothing to do with it. It's this someone that Daryl knows about. But he doesn't know. The Croat enters from one of the torture chambers, or exits, rather, and greets them, saying that him and his best friend have been expecting the likes of Daryl and 2 others for some time, and that his friend's going to be very happy to see him, and tells his friend from one of the torture chambers to come out and greet their new arrival. Soon enough, Daryl sees a shadow emerge from one of the torture chambers, and soon the shadow starts to gain focus, and an eerily, scary, and completely familiar voice he had not heard for a long time begins to make itself known. The governor emerges from one of the torture chambers, smiles, says hello to Daryl, and says it's been a long time. Daryl is completely and utterly mind-blown at the fact that the special someone, this was him? He's in charge of all this? He works with these people? He had been looking for him back at the prison, gave up on it, and thought he died after he killed all his people. But no, he survived and has been with this guy and all these people all this time? But then those thoughts slowly start to fade away, and Daryl goes into complete rage mode and runs straight towards the governor, not caring about what will happen, and goes to attack since he got his weapons taken from him, because obviously. But he gets stopped when a bear trap snaps right at his leg, ultimately injuring that leg. Whatever leg, it wouldn't matter. The governor smirks at this and says he should have expected this from the brother of Merle Dixon. And he says this to personally taunt Daryl. And then he also says that Daryl didn't really think that these torture chambers wouldn't come from traps from the outside, did he? And he is just taunting Daryl and having the time of his life right now. Because the governor would have been wanting to do this for a long, long time. Ever since Negan saved his life. And the governor presses a button on the wall from outside one of the doors to the torture chambers. Boop! a knife comes down from the ceiling of this big, huge hallway, and slam! It goes straight into Daryl's leg. Now, personally, whether it would be his opposite leg to when he got the bear trap on it, it wouldn't matter. You can't imagine how much pain both of Daryl's legs, or one of them, doesn't matter, would be going through right now. The governor then says that he's been wanting to do this to Daryl and 2 others he's been expecting for quite some time. Speaking of which, now that Daryl's here, that confirms it. Rick and Michonne are definitely alive. He's thinking this to himself, but soon enough he speaks out more directly to Daryl, pulls his gun out on him, and says that now that he knows Daryl's alive, this pretty much confirms that he's been right all along. Points his gun straight at Daryl's head after, Daryl just had a bear trap and a knife lodged into his legs, and asks where Rick and Michonne are. But Daryl doesn't answer. He just breaks down and starts to cry. Just being the silent Daryl we know him to be. But the crying throws the governor off, because the pain for Daryl Dixon shouldn't have been that bad, and even starts to taunt him more, saying that he didn't expect the brother of Merle Dixon, this guy who invaded his home, attacked and killed his people, and even did what he did to him, to cry? Are you serious? The pain couldn't have been that bad that it's hurt Daryl this much. And then goes on to say, very seriously, that Daryl can't imagine the pain that he went through after his home was taken from him, his eye, his people, everything. He was brought out away from everything after Rick, Daryl, Michonne pretty much destroyed everything that he had created. And it's lucky that Negan saved his life. Otherwise, he would have died. And Daryl can't possibly imagine what that feels like. Then pulls out his sword, which Daryl takes a notice in, because he begins to wonder and now know why the governor has the sword, because of Michonne. And Governor asks one more time where Rick and Michonne are, very seriously. But then Daryl stops his silence. He stops his crying and laughs. And this absolutely shocks the governor. First, he was angry. Then, he was in pain. Then he was crying. And now he's laughing. Is Daryl gone crazy? Has all this time in the wild and being out there drove him mad? And even questions this, beginning to get a little irritated. Daryl puts on his serious face then, saying that he can't believe it himself. That he is alive. And that he's been waiting all this time. He's been with these people just to get revenge? And just begins to taunt the governor himself that for someone who built so much, who did so much, he's childish. And says that if he's really looking for revenge, he's just got another thing coming. Because even if he wanted to tell him where Rick and Michonne are, even if he wanted to go back, he'll never tell the governor, and he never will go back. First of all, he will never tell anybody who killed his brother, who destroyed his life and did everything that he did to Glenn and Maggie and all them. Anything. Second of all, he wouldn't want to go back to Rick and Michonne anyway, because he's pretty much left himself deserted from all of them. He left of his own accord, because he killed an old man for someone he loved. And I know that kind of sounds weird the way I put it, but you gotta think of how it would be said in the moment. And the governor takes on a new aspect to this, because as mad as he should be at Daryl right now, Daryl's making sense, but not for what Daryl insulted him for. He means like the leaving thing. But then the governor just says, okay, and decides to make a deal with Daryl. If Daryl can go and bring Rick and Michonne here, he will not kill all three of them. In fact, he will give them a chance to surrender, because Negan's rule here, and the rule he had to live by besides the three of them, was to not kill anyone who didn't deserve it, and to not kill children. And the governor agrees to honor that rule and even talk it up with Negan if Daryl brings them here. Now, Daryl, he really just does not think that he should trust the governor in any way, shape, or form, especially after having a bear trap and a knife lodged into his legs, and the fact this guy's alive for revenge and killed his brother. But then again, he could have been killed right here and now. So reluctantly, very reluctantly, he has to comply. Grabs his crossbow, grabs his bike, has everything he needs, and leaves. Just as easy as that. And that's where we're leaving him for now, on his way back to Alexandria. Speaking of, we get to the quarry scene, and Season 6 timeline rallying up with Rick and them, with survivors. Reg is still alive because Pete never killed him. And Mika and Beth are still alive. Beth's still recovering slightly, and Mika's still being a character. And soon enough, we get the whole plan set in motion with the Horde in a much different way, and the wolves invading Alexandria. Will Daryl make it back just to see all this go down? How will the Horde be dealt with Daryl not at the wheel? Will Beth take up the place? Will Daryl actually listen to the governor? And do you think the governor's really telling the truth? Or do you think he plans to backstab Daryl, Rick, and Michonne, and Negan?
I can't believe they let an amateur like you step into the ring. Every time you so much as open that cruddy pie hole of yours, all you do is prove to the world that you are the biggest dumbass alive.
Hey guys, Nick here. Today we'll be getting into part 9 to the remake of What If the Governor Met Negan. Now, in the last episode we covered Daryl being kidnapped by Little Timmy and the Brigade, being brought to the sanctuary, and the governor ultimately using some of his torture methods that him and the Croat had come up with to force him to give Rick and Michonne a message, Daryl being very reluctant to go with the governor and go back to the community he left, but he has to. Meanwhile, at Alexandria, we finally cut back to them at the end of the episode last time, to the wolves invading, which pretty much goes, for the most part, the same. Very few changes to start with. Carol's still going out and making sure that the wolves are dead, protecting people. Change here is that Mika is assisting her. And Mika has actually become a pretty handy fighter, and Carol believes that now, more than anything, she can protect herself. Owen is still captured by Morgan in the house, and Morgan still meets the wolves on the road, and Nicholas still sacrifices himself for Glenn. So besides Mika being around, there isn't really much differentiation from the original story. And then the wolves on the road get killed by Rick, as usual. So this is why I didn't cover too extensively into this last time, because I felt the Daryl and Governor thing was definitely more needed in the last episode. But anyways, Owen is still told the story about Eastman by Morgan in a hope to maybe redeem him. And yeah, another thing that really doesn't change here. But then we get to another change, besides the Mika thing. Denise is all alone, because Tara is with the Saviors. So, this means that Denise is going to have nobody, besides maybe Eugene, maybe, to be able to assist her. So, if Eugene couldn't help her out in more ways than one, then this would result in more people, small people, dying, which wouldn't really be too big a deal, but same difference. Anyway, speaking of deaths, Reg still does get bit here, because I feel if he were to live, really, that this would be the perfect moment to really kill him off better than when he got killed by Pete. But he didn't get killed by Pete, so next best thing. Now, even though I had Eric go with Aaron and then them meet Morgan, I bet you guys are wondering who's going to lead the horde, or, the half of it, with Sasha and Abraham. Because there's no Daryl, so who's going to do it? Well, I think that this is the perfect moment to really up Beth's character. Because I've had her survive in plenty of stories, and I've had her be a centerpiece in a few, but I've never really had her play a really big role outside of maybe What If Amy Survived, where she sacrifices herself for Amy and, fights Beta with her. But other than that, I've never really upped her character in a way that would be memorable. So, she is the one who rides the bike instead of Daryl. Then they all get attacked by the saviors in the road, and Beth gets lost in the woods, although she would be probably a bit more injured than Daryl was, no matter how much she would have grown at this time. She meets Sherry and Tina in the woods, but just before Dwight's about to hit her, it's really debatable as to whether or not he would, but then again, Dwight, Sherry, and Tina all thought that Daryl was one of the saviors, albeit how he looked, and it should have been dead obvious that he wasn't. But I still think that Dwight would attempt to attack her, thinking that she was a savior. But instead, he is stopped by an unfamiliar voice to them, but a very familiar voice to Beth. Daryl. He had been already on his way back to Alexandria via his own bike. But then he saw what went down, or at least Beth going down in the woods, and decided to see what was going on. Now, he decided to save her because, they're lovers. Of course he would. And this greatly pleases Beth because she had thought that she would never see Daryl again, especially after hearing about what happened with Herschel, Tyrese, and everything else like that. She never thought that she would see Daryl ever again. And especially saving her like this is definitely going to be a good moment for the two to connect. But not yet. First, Daryl has to make sure that Dwight, Sherry, and Tina don't attack. And luckily, Daryl stopped Dwight before he attacked Beth, so she ain't injured at all. So, which didn't really injure Daryl too much. He was fine after Dwight hit him. He was just knocked out for the night. But anyways, Daryl makes Dwight surrender his weapon like before, except this time be under different circumstances. And then, Daryl says very smugly to Dwight that Beth, isn't who they think she is, but he is. And this greatly alarms all of them, especially Beth, because she ain't knowing what everybody's talking about. Just then, Daryl shouts, "3 of you're looking for are in the woods. Come and get them." Because I feel that the saviors in the woods would have known that Daryl was given an order, and the word would have spread, so the saviors are not going to want to take Daryl back. They'll know that he's under their direct order to give the word to Rick and Michonne. But, of course, Dwight, Sherry, Tina, and Beth, or any of them, they're not going to know about this. So before Dwight, Sherry, and Tina are taken away by the saviors, Dwight gives Daryl a look of pure malice. And with that, they're taken away. So yeah, big differentiation there. Now, this would be the perfect moment for Daryl and Beth to reconnect, because they really haven't spoken or seen each other since before Beth went off and got herself injured in Tara's place. So this would be a very good romantic moment for the two of them. And it would definitely make Beth very happy to see him again. And Daryl, even though he never thought he'd come back, is glad to see that Beth's still alive, even though he was told that she was alive. But he didn't care. He wanted to leave. But then Beth asks, after she tells Daryl that she heard about what happened, why did he come back? Why did he leave? Like, what's going on? And who are those people that he's, with? Daryl says that he wants to explain, but he really had just been kidnapped by that group and then ordered by someone at the sanctuary, not the leader, but someone that he needs to give a word to Rick and Michonne. That's the only reason he's back. But he'll explain later, but right now they gotta get back to Alexandria. Beth looks into the eyes of Daryl, which are blank and motionless. Really, this would be a very different Daryl that Beth would be looking at. But she decides to trust him for now. Not trust him per se, just listen to him for now and ask questions later. So, with that said, they reconnect with Abraham and Sasha at the building they were staying at. Abraham still gets the rocket launcher. Nothing really changes outside of Beth being on the bike and Daryl coming back, saving. You guys know what I'm talking about. But anyways, they go off. And with all that said, soon enough, they encounter little Timmy and his brigade again. Now, this would be the first time that Sasha, Abraham, and Beth are all meeting the Saviors. But for Daryl, he had already encountered them previously. Remember, they kidnapped him. So this would be the second time that Daryl's meeting them. So be a weird reconnect there. But anyways, he goes on to say that he found the three that Negan was looking for, Dwight, Sherry, and Tina, turned them in, and is now going back to these people's community, his old folks, to give a word to the two leaders, Rick and Michonne. Little Timmy, the leader, or whatever the frick his name is, says that they know about what's going on, but he doesn't know whether to trust Daryl or not. So he says, as a precaution, to take Beth, the girl, behind the truck and get all their stuff. We can do that, no problem. They'll trust him. So, with that said, Daryl leads Beth behind the truck, and seemingly they go to take the stuff. But whenever Abraham and Sasha start questioning on Negan, because I feel that that would have happened regardless, because this time I feel that Daryl would have brought up the whole Negan situation rather than little Timmy and his brigade. But while they're doing that, they officially get blown up by Daryl like before. Because, let's be honest here, Daryl really is just looking out for himself at this point, and still everybody he was with. But if you guys think that he was really doing this to side against Rick and his people, I mean, come on. Daryl was never a traitor. So, after all's said and done, Abraham asks, but before anyone else can, what's going on with Daryl? Did he know those people, and why did he leave? Because he wasn't, I don't think, around at the time. He was with the construction crew whenever all this happened, whenever Daryl, shot Herschel. Daryl says that he was originally kidnapped by those people and ordered by someone at the sanctuary, an old foe of theirs, to give a word to Rick and Michonne. But now that he knows that the Saviors might be after him now for killing little Timmy and the brigade, he can't risk going back to Alexandria to give the word. He has to go back to the sanctuary and tell Negan, or at least alarm the Saviors, that they were killed by not him. Basically trying to cover himself up and that he can't stay anymore. But Beth stops him. She doesn't want him to go again. She'd recovered, heard about what happened, and now has a chance to reconnect with Daryl again. And he's just going to take off? But Daryl says he doesn't have a choice. Because of Beth getting injured, he acted like a fool. It got her father killed, for Christ's sake. And it pretty much reverted him back to the animalistic, basically childlike man that he was all those years ago whenever Rick locked Merle up on the roof. It turned him into a fool, and that's what got her father killed. And he's doing this to protect not only her, but everybody else. He says that he wishes there was another way. And he's not just doing this, like I said, for her. He's doing this so that way he never harms anyone again. And even doing this was just out of spite of not liking this group and the fact, the governor's with them. But he hasn't said that to them yet. And with this, Beth and Daryl have a tearful, romantic moment where they would hug, embrace, whatever the crap they would do in that moment. And this would be a very sad moment indeed, seeing that Beth would probably actually never see Daryl again. But before he goes off back to the sanctuary, Daryl gives Beth his crossbow as a way to better protect herself, and because he would have taught her to hunt way before this point, obviously. So he feels that it should be hers. But then Beth asks, why is he giving her his main weapon? Like, won't he need it at some point or another? But Daryl then pulls out a second crossbow and says that before he went off to go ahead and go to Alexandria to spread the message, he stole it from the sanctuary armory. So he's fine. Daryl never without his crossbow, at least not for long. And before he goes, he decides to relay the message this way and tells Beth, Sasha, and Abraham to go back to Alexandria and inform anyone who knows of the person he was talking about that he's back and that he wants Rick and Michonne. The three ask who this person is, and then Daryl says his name. Philip Blake, the governor, working with Negan, wants Rick and Michonne, as well as him, but mainly them, and he was hungry for revenge. And that's where we leave things for the moment.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we'll be getting into part 10 of What If the Governor Met Negan, the remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered Daryl saving Beth, Abraham, and Sasha, well, mainly Beth, from Dwight and turning Dwight into the Saviors, and meeting little Timmy and them on the road once again for Daryl, and blowing them to smithereens like before, and Daryl leaving Beth off with his crossbow, and that the governor is working with a new enemy. Meanwhile, at Alexandria, since we're now into that part, again, Enid and Glenn, we still get those interactions, and we still get the clock tower falling at Alexandria. So, mostly, like I said in a few other episodes, most scenes here, outside of extra characters, some more dialogue, would remain the same. Governor's the main influence with Negan in this story, really. But Morgan is still caught by Carol, who's holding Owen hostage. Big difference here is that Mika's around. That would be the first major difference for this episode, as well as others, obviously. Now, the difference with Mika being around plays into factor when Owen holds Denise hostage and holds everyone at gunpoint. He is effectively gunned down within 3 seconds of doing this by none other than Mika, who, in this story, like a few others, and I say a few, is actually beginning to evolve as a warrior, essentially. What Carol wanted of her, really. Then we skip ahead to everybody out and, covering themselves up in the guts and everything. And Deanna's still alive. Reg is the one that got bit this time. Now, I feel that Ron, regardless of whether or not Sam would be a little crybaby and get traumatized by Carol, which wouldn't happen here, would still try and kill Rick regardless. But whether or not his mother and brother would still be alive, and anything like that, him still trying to kill Rick, wouldn't work out for him. Michonne kills him just like she did before, but with different circumstances and more people around. The gunshot doesn't go for Carl's eye. It goes for Rick's shoulder. Now, why is this such a big deal, you might ask? Because it's the same shoulder that he was, number one, shot in, remember, right at the very beginning of The Walking Dead, and number two, stabbed in by Morgan. And Carl knows this. And right whenever it happens, Carl's the one that takes the lead. Rick's okay, but he is injured from the shot, obviously, and says that they need to get Rick to Denise right now, because he could lose his arm from being injured in that particular shoulder so many times. They could have to remove his arm if it gets bad. Rick says that he's okay once they get to Denise's and everything, and says that they need him and they need to get rid of this horde. But Jesse says they can't ask him to do anything right at the moment. Because if he goes out there, Carl's right. If what he said is true, and he was shot at that shoulder way at the very beginning, and then stabbed in it, even if it was a long time after, and a long time after both instances, it's too risky, and he needs to let it heal fully. Or otherwise, he could lose his entire shoulder, or not just his shoulder, but his arm. He could possibly lose his life. Michonne agrees with this and touches upon it further. And with that, Rick has no choice but to sit this one out. He gives Carl, as well as probably Michonne or Jesse, all three of his weapons, as possibly a few others. His axe, his python, and his machete, as well as, like I said, a few others. But these are the main ones that Rick was known for, which would be sensible to him giving them away. And with that, Rick has no choice but to sit this one out. The rest of the group takes on the horde alone. Outside of Rick not helping, there is another change. Beth is the one who fires the rocket launcher instead of Daryl. And, effectively, I think a few small people would die here because of Rick not helping, but they do still pull through. And once they do, and Rick is able to heal his arm to some degree, a night after the incident, he wonders why Beth has a crossbow and a rocket launcher. And the fact that that crossbow reminded him of Daryl, he wants to know what happened. Beth tells Rick that a lot went down and that she met Daryl on the road and he actually saved her and gave her the crossbow, but then he went off again. Rick is just blown away at this point because, hold on, you're saying that Daryl came back just to save you and then ran off again whenever giving you the crossbow. And Rick wants a full explanation. And, he really just wants to know why Daryl would save her and then just leave. Doesn't make sense. Beth goes in to explain everything that happened and why it took them so long to return. She explains how they got attacked by people on the road, explains how she almost got killed by 3 people, Daryl saved her, exposed those people to the group he was kidnapped by, and they met more of that group on the road, which Daryl had already met and got kidnapped by, blew him to smithereens, gave her the crossbow, and effectively left. But not before giving a very serious warning, and one that she tells Rick this needs to be taken very seriously. She says that Daryl is with a group whose leader is working with the governor, and he's the one who wants Daryl, Rick, and Michonne for revenge. Immediately, Rick calls together everybody who knew of the governor, and anyone in earshot just completely is blown away at the fact that their old foe from back at the prison is alive. Rick, Carol, Glenn, Maggie, Sasha, Carl, and Michonne are all blown away at this. Michonne pulls out her sword in a furious rage, just really not at anyone in particular, but the fact that she looked for this guy for ages and she never found him. And he's been with this group all the time, the group that kidnapped Daryl and almost got Beth, Sasha, and Abraham killed. Rick, this hits him the hardest because think about it. The governor and all of them, they might not have mattered a lot like the original story, but it still hit Rick hard. He didn't kill Herschel or anything, but he was still a very big deal, especially because of the death of Andrea and the fact that Merle affected Daryl's character development. Soon enough, Rick comes to a decision after much time thinking. This would be some time after Beth had just poured all this information onto them. He says that if the governor wants him, Michonne, and Daryl's already there, who knows what the governor has in store for him, what he's planning for them. So if the governor wants revenge, if he wants a fight and he's with this group, a fight is exactly what he'll get. And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we'll be getting into part 11 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. Now in the last episode, Beth returned with Sasha and Abraham to Alexandria to convey the news that the governor was back, and that Daryl went back to him at the sanctuary with this group that they've met on the road called the Saviors, and that he's been with them all along, and wants Rick, Michonne, and Daryl for revenge. Now, Rick is going to convey the plan that he has for the governor right now. Now, after some time of processing that their old foe is alive, and that Daryl got kidnapped by him and went back, either means one of two things. Number one, Daryl's with them, or reluctantly had to go back. But Rick says that him and Michonne will meet out with the governor and the Saviors or whatever. It's mainly the governor that Rick's worried about. So they'll make him think like they're talking to him and they're doing what the governor wants. But they're not. It's a fake out. Because Beth will lead the rest of the group consisting of their best people to shoot the governor and anyone associated with him down. Hopefully not the Saviors, because it didn't seem like horrible people. It's the governor they're worried about. Abraham, Sasha, Carol, and I'm just listing off people who are joining Beth. Carl, Glenn, and Glenn says to Maggie that she needs to stay behind. Not only because of the fact that the governor is back, not only because of the baby, but because he cares about her. Maggie says that she can't do that. And she understands how Glenn feels, especially about the baby, and God forbid she wants to put her own child at risk. But she can't do it, because it's the governor we're talking about here. She remembers what he did to her back at Woodbury, what he did to Andrea, he did to everybody. She's going to fight, whether anybody likes it or not. And Morgan will also be coming, because Rick went to him for help, and he didn't. Mika? Now, Carol is obviously still, very against Mika really going, because she doesn't think that she's ready. And this is, mind you, the fact that Mika saved her after, Morgan knocked her out, then the wolf knocked him out, and, pretty much saved the day by killing the wolf. She doesn't really understand the fact that Mika is pretty much a warrior. But Mika is not having any of it. She doesn't find it fair that Carol doesn't see the potential that she has, and goes on to explain that when she was knocked out, when her and Morgan were fighting, she is the one that gunned down the wolf. And even if Carol already knew this, I feel that Mika would do anything and everything to further explain this, because there's no way that I think that Mika shouldn't be a part of what's to come. Even if it will be a small helping decision, it's still noticeable enough to point out that every warrior, strong warrior, counts. And with the plan truly being set in motion for a final stand against the governor, they get every weapon that they can out of the armory and get ready to go to the sanctuary. Now, Daryl is already back there, because remember, he originally, if you watch not my last episode, but the episode before that, he saved Beth and, again, Beth, Sasha, and Abraham from little Timmy and the brigade that he got kidnapped by in the first place, blowing him to bits, and then left him with the message while also giving Beth his original crossbow, since he had another one. But he had to go back to the sanctuary because Negan and the Saviors could be skeptical as to whether or not he killed the brigade. So he had to go back there to make sure that he could cover up a lie, so he would at least be able to not only protect himself, but Rick and the group a little bit longer, depending on what happens. Negan greets him once he returns, and everything seems to be going good, but knowing Negan at this point, you never know. Him and the governor were very alike in the way that it made them hard to read, but Negan was much easier to read than the governor. Negan then talks to Daryl and says that he's glad that he's back, but he doesn't know how long that will be for what the governor has in store for not only him, but Rick and Michonne. Speaking of which, he asks if he relayed the message to them and asks him another question. Little Timmy and the brigade are the only saviors that did not return, and Daryl was out there, so he's just making sure that he didn't have anything to do with the fact that that brigade and a few of the saviors on the road weren't blown to pieces. And he's really not asking. He's pretty much trying to get Daryl to fess up if he did. But Daryl is actually very convincing here, saying that whenever he went out, he actually caught 3 of Rick and Michonne's people out on the road, his old people. But by the time that he got there to tell them the message, little Timmy and the brigade were already blown to bits. So he threatened all of them by shooting an arrow at all their feet, and then gave them the message about the governor and what he was told to do. Now, you might think that this would not work, but you have to remember something. The governor was crafty enough to think up a good lie to put Negan on the spot, which is what led to Negan letting him come in. Now, Daryl is no governor by any means stretch of the imagination, but we've seen that Daryl can come up with anything and everything on the spot. Guy's got his own spin-off to cover for it. Now, Negan actually believes this, supposedly, smiles, nods, and tells him the governor's waiting for him down in the basement of the sanctuary, where he was before, obviously. So, this time, Daryl does not have to be escorted down there and actually gets to keep his weapons. Now, this seems too easy, because they didn't do this before. It's almost like they accepted Daryl as part of the group, supposedly. But Daryl is really not into any of it. He just wants to do what he reluctantly has to do to see what the governor truly wants with him and Rick and Michonne in the end. He shoots his crossbow at the bear trap that got his leg in the first place because it was set up in the same place, just to test Daryl. The Croat, once again, reveals himself first and tells the governor from another room that Daryl is back. Now, the governor comes out all polstered and all bold and all governor-like and sees that Daryl has returned and asks him if he did what he was told and relayed the message to Rick and Michonne. Because if he didn't, he knows what's going to happen. The deal that they made. Like I said, you'd have to watch a few episodes back to see what I mean. Daryl says that he didn't want to do it, but he did it. And then he asks the governor a question. Is the deal that he made with him, let me rephrase it again. The deal was that if Daryl went ahead and talked to Rick and Michonne and told him the deal, that Daryl and Rick and Michonne would be dealt with together in a way that wouldn't be as brutal as it's been made out to be. It would be dealt with like how the governor wanted to deal with it at the prison before, Rick made the speech and then the governor cut off Herschel's head. Daryl asks if the governor meant what he said by that word and wasn't just using Daryl as leverage like he used his own brother, and remembering the fact that this guy was responsible for the death of his brother. Now the governor pulls out a speech that Daryl really, really does not start to believe, but the governor just goes on. He begins to say the fact that he meant every word, and that he knows what he did, why he did it. Merle, on one hand, deserved it. On another, he can understand how much he meant to Daryl. He'd like to say he was sorry, but no, he's not sorry. He's sorry that he did not kill the likes of Rick, Michonne, even Michonne. Michonne is the grain salt along with Rick. Daryl was just a backup partner. Took his eye, took his home, took his daughter, which he now knows was, a walker. But he meant the deal. But he did not mean that the three of them would come out unscathed. Or at least, not all of them. Daryl asks what he means by this and being unscathed, because he thought that what the governor meant by the deal was that he would just probably threaten them for their home or something like that. That's what he made it out to be. The governor said yes. That ultimately was the deal. First, he wanted to kill all of them and torture them. That's why he made the chambers. But he then goes on to say that they're used for effect. If Rick and Michonne really want to fight, then they'll be used to the degree in which they have been made for. Other than that, they've been stepping stones for Negan. But what he meant by the unscathed part is Daryl. Daryl immediately becomes completely unhinged by this, and then, before he could question anything, here's a voice from behind him. A barely familiar voice, but a familiar one, nonetheless, telling him to turn around slowly, drop his weapons, and don't make a move. Daryl turns around to see Dwight. Dwight saying that it's rather ironic. He's caught Daryl the same way he caught him before turning him into the Saviors. And while on one hand, Dwight should thank him, he's going to make sure that he does so much to Daryl that he won't want to thank him. And with Dwight on the side of the governor, and Daryl being confirmed for leverage, what chance does this whole deal thing mean for Rick and Michonne and the rest of the group? Will their plan work? Or does the governor have them beat, outmanned, and outmaneuvered? Hey guys, this is Nick here, and today we are on to part 12 of the remake of What If Negan and the Governor Met. I could have just said What If the Governor Met Negan, but it's the same thing. Anyways, last time we got into Daryl returning to the sanctuary and the setup for Rick's plan to go against the governor. And with Daryl coming back to find that the governor used him just like he used Merle. Nothing more than leverage. And Dwight doing a similar move to Daryl, what he just did to him a few parts ago. Now we continue. Daryl is just completely aghast that he just let himself be used like his brother. To this guy! The guy who now would mean nothing means way more than he thought. The governor said that he had planned to use Daryl all along. It was just finding the right plan and the right motive and the right person to possibly help him use Daryl in the right way to get to Rick and Michonne. Because doing it alone with Daryl, he didn't trust Daryl one bit. But Dwight, after Negan situated himself with him, and Sherry and Tina, all the governor had to do, stick his nose into the business of Dwight, use him to his own advantages, get him completely on his side to not only make Dwight's character go up at the sanctuary, but to further rise his own. Because by this point, the governor, he's pretty much all in with Negan. You could consider him one of the top people if he didn't have his own little area at the sanctuary. But he mainly just keeps to himself. And because of all this, everything is working out just the way the governor wanted. Daryl has officially been fooled, and Rick and Michonne are heading for a trap. The governor tells Dwight to take Daryl and get him officially into prison outfit that the Saviors had, and pretty much just leave him for torture. Daryl then tries to fight, but then Dwight pulls a move like he did in the Season 6 finale, shoots Daryl in the shoulder, and puts him in the outfit. Strips him first, of course, because that's what happened to Daryl originally. Puts him in the outfit, and then Daryl is soon going to be awaited to be tortured in one of the many torture chambers that the governor and the Croat have scrounged together. But before that happens, Negan requests a word with Daryl. The two meet up once again, for the third time now, since Daryl has been here. Any leverage that Daryl had at the sanctuary, oh, that's gone. Like I said in the last part, it was too easy, because it was all a setup, a hoax, just a game, if you will. Negan says that he fully expected it to go down this way. Didn't trust Daryl for a second, especially from what he'd been told about him by the governor. And even though he's not on board with killing people, let's be honest, Negan would think at this point that Daryl, Rick, and Michonne deserve it. And Negan said his own rules. You never kill anyone who doesn't deserve it. Or a kid. And yeah, hearing from the governor all of what happened, you'd think that Daryl, Rick, and Michonne deserve it. And he also tells Daryl he knows by now, and he already did know, that Daryl is the one who killed little Timmy and the brigade. It's too obvious. They're the ones that kidnapped him. He was out at the same time as them. He was never out there just to spread the word. And even if he did, it wasn't because he was on board. It's because he was trying to get his... He was basically just trying to save his own life. Negan knew this. But he was just played for a fool. Negan, he honestly wasn't played for a fool. You'd think that he would be mad because he kind of was. But, nah. Daryl was the one played all along. And says that he can't wait to see what torture the governor has planned for Daryl. But before Daryl can be taken down, or right when he's being taken down, gunshots shoot up in the air from outside of the sanctuary in a very Season 8 beginning manner. It's Rick and Michonne, who have finally arrived at the sanctuary and are ready to confront the governor and any saviors who might be aligned with him. Because they're not after the saviors here. They are after the governor. Because remember, they haven't attacked the outpost, and they've only attacked the people on the road. That's it. Negan greets them with his usual Negan swagger and introduces himself, and he notices and can confirm that, especially from what the governor told him, that these two are Rick and Michonne, the two that he'd been told so much about. Rick points his gun square at Negan, not hesitating for a second, saying that he is here for one person, and one person only. He's not after the saviors, only the governor, and anyone who might be acquainted with him. Other than that, He's willing to work with the Saviors and everybody else, including Negan, as long as the governor's brought out right here, right now, to settle what they never settled. Negan tries to read Rick, because what he'd been told about Rick was that he took everything from the governor, he was a mindless beast, he was mad, and he didn't have any remorse. But from what Rick just said, this could mean one of two things. Either number one, the governor has just straight up lied to him about Rick and not everything else, or Rick's trying to play him for a fool. But Negan doesn't sense anything trickery here. Rick is dead serious. And Negan? You would think that he would be mad at a threat like this, but Rick has just straight up admitted that Negan and the Saviors, Rick just said he's willing to work with it. So Negan, he's all down for that. And if this just means that this confrontation, Negan already knows that the governor has a plan and everything. So, yeah. He's not afraid to let him out for a second if they're gonna fight and everything. He ain't afraid of that. Negan tells the governor to come out, and the governor does. Sword, weapons, and all. And yep, this would be a very, very heated moment. Because for the first time in 2.5 seasons, not just a few episodes after the season 3 finale like last time, the governor has come face to face once again with Michonne and Rick. Michonne pulls out her sword, if not already pulled out already, and just stares into the governor's eyes with complete and utter malice. Because she'd been looking for him. Remember? Her and Daryl, they never found him. And yeah, Michonne's definitely going to feel heat in this moment. Rick doesn't seem like he feels hate or hatred. He's just staring dead into the governor's eyes. Complete seriousness, silence, and just tension fills the moment. And Rick just still cannot believe that this guy's alive. He had thought that this was all just a trick or something like that, but he didn't think that Daryl would lie about something like that. And now, any doubt that he had is obviously true. Rick finally plucks up the sense to ask the governor one thing before they do anything. How did he survive? Because the way he sees it, all of the people and everything that had happened, they looked for him even. He was most likely, to their knowledge, dead. But the governor says that couldn't be further from the truth. He thought he was dead. After Rick, Michonne, Daryl, all of them, after they took everything away from him, his people, his home, his pride, his eye, his daughter, everything. He was out on his own. He was completely and utterly broken. No place, no family, nothing to drive him anymore. But Negan, he saw something in him. And look at him now. One of Negan's top guys, if he weren't in his own little district with the torture chambers, which is all built up especially for this moment. Since he had found his drive once again after Negan saved him, he'd lived only for revenge. If not for all three of them, then on the next best thing, one. But once he had found out that Daryl was alive, all of his thoughts went to the fact that Rick and Michonne were definitely still alive. And that's where today comes in. The governor's final act of revenge points his gun square at Rick after delivering this whole plot progression here, and says that he is here for one thing only, something that he demanded of them before: their surrender. They do that here, right now. The revenge that he will bring to them will be light at best. He won't kill them, but he will make sure that they never forget what they did to him. But Rick, he doesn't take this as a threat. He doesn't take this as they should surrender. He smiles. What? Why would he smile? But before the governor can even process why Rick is like this, Rick shouts, "Now!" at the top of his lungs, replicating what I've done before whenever billions of people from Rick's group are shooting. And, I've done it before in other stories. 10 seconds go by. Nothing happens. It just stays silent. Rick is confused by this. Because he had a plan. Beth had a group. All of their group. The big group that they had in case things went wrong. Just for an ambush. They should have shot by now. But Rick, he doesn't know what to think. Did they know about this? But then the governor seemingly reads his thoughts and says to Rick, looking down and smiling, that he bets that right now, and that very loud now, he was thinking of planning an ambush against him. Right? But Rick doesn't answer, and is more surprised at the fact that the governor knew about this. But the governor just perks up and laughs, because he knew from what he knew about Rick, that he wouldn't accept no deal, he wouldn't surrender, no, especially not Michonne or Daryl or anyone. He knows, which is exactly why him, Negan, and many of Savior's brought out a plan. The governor wasn't in this alone. He hasn't been in it alone ever since he was saved. Negan and the Saviors have been at his side since the second he was rescued. And the militia and several other Saviors, including a tank, kidnapped and held hostage Beth and all of the group that Rick was supposedly going to ambush them with. Rick, after knowing all about this, seeing that the governor has pretty much played them all and just has the sanctuary under his control almost, just raises his gun in fury, knowing that their plan is pretty much kaput. But the governor says that he's not going to shoot him. He's not going to shoot anybody. Not only because they're outmanned, outgunned, and completely outclassed, but because he can't. And Rick's just confused by this. Like, yes, he can. Even if he dies, he can still take out the governor. But then Daryl comes out. Well, he's more escorted out because after this long conversation, Daryl was still taken down to the torture chamber. And he was tortured by the Crow-Eye. But he was taken out just for this specific occasion. Because Daryl is truly being used as leverage now. The governor says that Daryl is the one reason, the surefire reason, why Rick won't kill him. Sure, he could shoot. He might get him. But then he'd have a bunch of other saviors, including the fact that Daryl would die, to deal with. He knows that Rick won't do that. He won't risk Daryl. And with that, he says that there's no way that Rick's getting out of this. The governor's thought of every plan. Every single thing that he knew about Rick, Michonne, everybody, he's used that completely and 110% to his advantage. And that's why he was so stuck in becoming so close with Negan, not only to serve him better, and to get his own little part in the sanctuary and get revenge, but to have their complete trust so that he could get his revenge. Rick just stares with complete and utter hatred, malice, and just silence. But then he smiles again. Why? Why would Rick smile again? They're outmanned, outgunned. They have Daryl. They don't have another ace up their sleeve. Or at least, that's what we didn't think. But do they have another ace? Is Rick hiding another plan? Or has he gone completely crazy and is ready to just full-on forget everything and go after the governor no matter what happens? Hey guys, and welcome to part 13 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered Daryl being used as leverage by the governor, just like his long-departed brother Merle, and that the fact that Rick and Michonne came to the Negan's sanctuary, and the governor and Negan confronted Rick and Michonne. The governor revealed that Beth and everybody else was captured by the militia and the tank, those guys, and the fact that Rick and Michonne are all alone and destined to die with Daryl as torture for the governor's revenge. But Rick still smiles, because he says right out when the governor questions this, he knows something that Negan and all the other saviors don't. What really happened with the governor and their history. The governor, anxious to shut Rick up, knowing that he knows what he did, all the stuff, pulls out his weapon and aims to kill, but Negan stops him, because this perks his interest. Does this mean that the governor's been lying to him this whole time? And we all know how Negan doesn't like a false story, or someone who's dishonorable. Just look at Spencer. But then he tells Rick that if this is some kind of trick or trap of some sorts, he'll Lucille him right here and now. But Rick just smiles, saying that he has no interest in any conflict with the Saviors. Not yet, at least. They haven't done too much to pose as a threat to their group. But he'll get to that later. But he's more than glad to tell Negan what really happened between their history and the governor's. Now, he goes on to say that Rick and everybody else, they had a different system back whenever the governor was still around them. They had a prison. Much more people. His wife was one of them, although she was lost to different circumstances. But the governor, he was the main cause for most of his people's death and just a lot of conflict, and he was just a very, very, very big menace at the time. Not as much now, but definitely back then. He then goes on to say about many, if not all, the things that the governor did to them. Glenn being tortured and almost killed, and Maggie being assaulted and violated pretty much, which definitely perks up Negan's attention, because we all know how he didn't like rape and all that stuff, especially with David. And the fact that he did both those things just to know where the prison was. How he was responsible for the death of pretty much his own little Lieutenant Milton and the death of their friend Andrea, one of the first people that Rick came into contact with in Atlanta when he got out of the hospital. But that, he then says that's another story. He was also responsible for the death of Daryl's brother Merle, even though he wasn't like the greatest of guys, but still noticeable enough to Daryl's side. And the fact that after he tried to wage a second war on them, after he'd already fought them, he gunned down all of his own people, and the ones that survived, Rick and their people took them in, and the governor burned down his own hometown. And just, that's it. The governor at this point is holding back every ounce of fury and malice. There is pure, just rage in his eyes. Everything is holding him back from shooting Rick and just Michonne and everybody in the area right now. Crazy governor, he's coming back, but being with Negan and serving him this long is definitely helping to restrain this. After Rick's story is done, Negan looks at him seriously, trying to detect any kind of trick or, trap of some sorts in the words of Rick Grimes, and asks if this is all really true. Rick says that he would never, ever lie about something like this. True, he used to be a cop. He'd tell stories, he'd deal with a lot of instances, but this? Oh, from what the governor did to him and their group in the past, he would never lie about something like this. And he means that with the sincerity of his word. And he then goes on to say that he meant also that he was only here for the governor. Michonne too. And they just want Daryl back. And if all is just done with him, Michonne, Daryl, them getting their own back on the governor, he is more than willing to make peace with the Saviors, or at least start peace. Nothing has to happen, because he knows the people on the road that Daryl killed and the ones before Daryl killed them, kind of on them, but he will make peace. Negan thinks this up for a moment, grabs a walkie, and calls to the militia and the tank people to release Rick's people, Beth, all them, and give them back their weapons. So, they have a deal. But Negan says that he wants to be in part, if not all part, of dealing with the governor. Because he took him in. He is the one who saved him. This person, this sick abomination, violating people, pretty much raping Maggie, torturing them. And here Negan felt all bad for him, and also complimented him on the one eye, the beard, and it was all because of what a ruthless, sick person he was. Negan's never heard a story like this before in his life. And from how fooled he was, made to look like an idiot for this one-eyed guy? Oh, he's going to take all pleasure in Lucilleing him to the frigging ground. That is how angry Negan is right now, and says that he will honor Rick's deal. They can have peace. He might not even take half of their stuff. But the governor, he wants to have part of the kill. Lucille, he wants to make sure that Lucille has some fun with the governor. And even ask the governor, before he does the job, if he knows who he is, to try and test him, to see if maybe the governor still has loyalty to Negan. If this is all just a play before he actually does the job. Maybe this is not true. This is a final test coming from Negan. But the governor isn't listening to Negan. His eyes, his whole composure, everything about him is stone cold. And then he turns to Negan with a look that scares Negan. And this would be a very big shock. The governor then says he never cared about Negan. And he truly never cared about the sanctuary. All he ever cared about originally was dying. But now that Rick and Michonne here, they are all expendable. And the sanctuary, it's his. And then he fires his weapon all across the grounds of the sanctuary from the outside, from where they are, and shoots also at Negan, Rick, and Michonne. So he's shooting all around the place. He's not thinking of killing them yet. He wants this kill. He had been planning to kill Negan all along, because that's what happened in my first outing. But now that Rick and Michonne here, Governor's planning on killing all three of them, especially after Rick sold him out. The Governor has nothing to lose. It's all or nothing. After he shoots all around, Rick and Michonne and Negan all scramble to dodge the bullets. The Governor catches Rick off guard and attacks him like he did in Season 4, with it being far more on the Governor's vantage point since Rick didn't get the chance to get the upper hand. Speaking of upper hand, the Governor pulls a Brian Blake and slices off Rick's hand. Not only would this fit for the Governor returning in this form of events, but it would also fit for what's happened just now and how much of a surprise it would be. Rick wouldn't be able to counter this, and the Governor is far more ruthless because of the torture chambers, and especially the fact that he's been sold out and begins to gain the upper hand, slowly but surely about to kill Rick. But Michonne rushes forward, gaining her composure, and tries to slice the Governor. But remember, the governor has a sword too. So do you know what that means? We get a sword fight. Yeah, that's right. We never saw anything like this in The Walking Dead. The closest we got to a sword duel was Merle and Michonne with Merle's little knife hand, and that was just so Merle could knock away Michonne's sword. We didn't get a fight out of that, which, to be honest, I didn't expect we'd get too much of one anyway, because knife hand. But it would be an awesome sequence nonetheless for the governor and Michonne, two bitter enemies, to have a sword duel. But Negan catches the governor by surprise while he's in the middle of doing this and Lucille's him straight in the side, like the side of his body, pretty much, while he's sword dueling Michonne. He just, BAM! Hits the governor's side with Lucille. And this would hurt, causing an injury, if not scratches of blood on his side. Because remember, barbed wire, it would be sure that he would get blood on him. But this doesn't really hurt the governor in the way you would expect. It just pretty much angers him. Michonne then rushes forward to attack again, and this spurs more of a sword duel. But because of Michonne's kind of exhaustion, because the sword duel would be for a minute, and the fact that the governor just got Lucille'd in the side, this battle is even paced just like it was 5 seconds ago. It's just, it would be a very, very heated moment. And then Negan tries to go for Lucilleing him again, this time aiming for the head. Best yet, his other eye, because Negan was like, if anybody moved at the lineup, cut Carl's other eye out. So we could see that little thing playing out here. The governor is ready for Negan this time, though, and holding his sword in one hand fighting Michonne, he pulls out a knife with his other and blocks Lucille. But before he can fight them both head on, he is shot straight in the side of his chest by Rick, who is still alive but badly injured. Because you gotta think, all of this happening, he is now one hand and very injured. This would be a very beat up Rick. But we also have to think of a few things. For number one, we can think that the governor would be so hungry with revenge, especially after Rick selling him out, that he would be, this would be the darkest governor we would ever see in any kind of story I've made, or anything. He would be highly underestimating Rick, and wouldn't expect him to come up after this. So, he just ignores Michonne and Negan, and just goes to finish the job. But they're not, Michonne and Negan are taking a front at the moment, because they didn't expect Rick to get up. Everything happened so fast. This is all in the matter of not even a few minutes, mind you. The governor tries to finish the job, but Michonne catches him unawares, stabbing him straight through the chest, just like she did originally. Now, you would think that this would end the governor, but the governor has practiced with the torture chambers and everything. He's a much different governor. He's much more resilient. So, this doesn't kill him, even though he was just shot in the chest and Lucille in the side, but it does. He's much more alive than he was when he got stabbed originally. Let's just leave it at that. Negan then comes over, ready to actually do the job now, considering the governor has presented the opportunity for Negan to actually Lucille him properly, and asks if he has any final words. But the governor says he just has one. Now! And just at that moment, from inside the sanctuary, from the governor and the Croats' torture chamber basement, a drone pops out. Now, this is very, very underwhelming. What could this little drone do? Did the Croat also have a backup plan in case things went like this? Is the governor's last plan a bluff, meaning that he really is just done for? Or do you think that this drone packs more than what we think? Hey guys, and welcome to part 14 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered Rick, Michonne, and Daryl, well, being at the Sanctuary mainly, with the Governor at the Sanctuary, and the whole setup there in the last episode being a huge tension builder. Up until the Governor, for one thing, cut off Rick's hand, pretty much put a great sword fight against Michonne, got stabbed by Michonne, and seemingly is almost dead. But then a drone comes out of the Sanctuary, and that's where we are going to resume. The drone comes out. Nobody knows what it's going to do, and it comes straight for our injured team. And the Governor, who is still almost dead, is relishing in the moment before an arrow pierces the drone, cutting it down. Well, more shooting it down, but you guys get what I mean. The Croat, who had armed the drone with knives, able to spew out of the drone straight at our group, goes out to see what has happened. But all he sees is the Governor on the ground, the drone on the ground, and no knives being thrown. And this upsets the Croat, because he didn't expect the plan to fail. He expected everything would have gone him and the Governor's way. But he doesn't have time to process this, or any of it, because just then, an army of bullets swarms towards the Sanctuary, unbeknownst to the Saviors or the Croat himself. And the bullets aren't armed for the Saviors. No, they're armed for one man, and one man alone. The Croat. Every single bullet that comes that way pierces his skull, killing him instantaneously. It was Beth and several of the Alexandria residents that Negan had let go after the Governor's treachery. They all come rushing out of the woods from the left sector of the woods from the outside of the Sanctuary. And they are all okay. Negan and the Saviors, they actually let them go. Now, even though Rick is disjointed, injured, pretty much one armless, and just completely bewildered at everything that has just transpired in the last few minutes, he is glad that the Saviors did not kill their people. And the Governor and the Croat, during this whole thing, since they got to Alexandria, that's been the only problem. But the Saviors, they actually are a nice community like the other ones, seemingly. But before Rick can stew on this further and see to the final conclusion of dealing with the Governor, Negan confronts him being right in the area, and he wants to make sure of something. He knows that he talked to Rick before Rick told him all about the Governor. But this is Negan talking to Rick just about Rick. He says that now that the Governor and the Croat, which he thought was one of his best workers, since they're both dealt with, he wants to make sure that Rick is a man of honor, man of his word, and that he's genuine about keeping his people away from his people. Like, not away, but making sure that nothing is going to happen, that he can actually not have to take half of their stuff and show authority to them. Because he doesn't want to have to do that because of the Governor and the Croat. He doesn't want to have to do that, but he will if Rick pushes him. Rick says that everything he said to Negan, he meant it. He is a man of honor. He is a man of his word. And he even thinks himself that the Sanctuary, Negan, the Saviors, they didn't kill any of their people. And he is sorry that the Saviors on the road and Little Timmy and the Brigade, he's sorry that they're gone, but he thinks that the two communities can work together. They just can't take from each other. They just can't kill anyone. It was a mistake, and he's willing to fix that now that the Governor's been dealt with. Negan, although he would really like to, put Rick's group under his boot, as Rick so eloquently put it at the end of his Season 8, decides not to because of the Governor and the Croat's influence. It's definitely changed him to be more honorable towards Rick, considering who the Governor was, what he did. But before everything's said and done, a gunshot rings out, a singular one, and it aimed squarely for Negan's head, killing him right there on the spot. And this is just all right in the moment. It was the governor, clinging to life. A sword wound straight through his chest. A bullet wound on the side of his chest. A Lucille bat mark across his side. He is fueled by utter determination, anger, drive, everything and anything that you can think that made the governor is fueling him 1,000% and more. He will get his wish. He's killed Negan. Now, Rick, Michonne, and Daryl must die. He will not die. He will not falter until... But he doesn't get to finish his revelation, or even get to talk again after killing Negan, because Daryl sees to it that the governor is put down, once and for all. For Merle, for Andrea, for everybody. He shoots an arrow straight into the governor's head, killing him. And this so ends what we might have thought would be the governor, leading the sanctuary like he did in my singular part of this scenario. Yeah, well, part of that scenario happened. He killed Negan. I wasn't really going to put that past the governor, especially in the series, because I knew that it would happen regardless of the situation. But now what? What's going to happen now? The governor's gone. He was the prime source of the story. And with Negan dead, is there anything really to talk about? There is. Plenty. Because for one thing, Simon and pretty much every single savior, since like I said, the few saviors on the road and little Timmy in the brigade, they're the only ones that were killed, unless you want to count the Croat. But that was because he was teamed with the governor. That doesn't really count. Simon is officially the leader of the saviors now and appoints himself of his own accord. But he's not going to let Rick and his people go off that easy. Even though in this scenario he and the governor didn't really get along, especially with the governor making friends with the Croat, he agreed with him on the fact that, Rick and them could be trouble. So, he decides to arm himself and prepares to tell the saviors to attack and kill Rick and his people off, believing that they will be a threat. But they don't get to attack. None of them do. An army of bullets swarms from the woods, the right sector this time, and kills every single savior. It kills Simon. It kills Laura. It kills any and all saviors that are in the area. And any saviors that try to run or come out at the minute, they're killed too. But it wasn't by Beth or any of the Alexandrians, and it wasn't Rick, Michonne, or Daryl. So who was it? Gareth. Several Terminus residents, and several unidentified people with police uniforms emerge from the right sector of the woods. Rick? Oh my god. He wouldn't know what to think. The man just saw a million things happen at once. And now he thinks he's going crazy. I mean, he lost an arm, was almost killed, Negan was killed, a drone came out, the governor was back. So much to take in such a short amount of time. But finally, Rick plucks up courage and charisma to ask, why is Gareth here? And who are these people with him? And most importantly, how did they find him and what do they want? And that's the question that we're going to leave off with. What does Gareth want? Who are the people besides the Terminus residents that are with him? How did they survive for so long? And is Gareth sincere in the earlier parts of my story about staying away from Rick and this was just coincidence? Or does him, the Terminus residents, and these unidentified people have plans in store for revenge against Rick and everybody there? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, and welcome to part 15 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. We are in for a long episode today, which we are going to touch upon what Gareth and Terminus residents and the other unidentified people are doing here, who the unidentified people with the police uniforms are, and what will happen further for the remainder of this series. Let's get into it. We've just ended the part where Gareth, the Terminus residents, and the unidentified police-wearing uniform people just saved Rick and everybody's lives from Simon and the remainder of the Saviors, and Rick questioning Gareth on what he's doing here, and if he remembers what happened when they last met. Well, Gareth says that he never intended to ever see Rick again, and his two blown-off fingers signify that he meant to stay away. And remember, they don't know that Gareth and them were cannibals, and whether or not that will ever be disclosed is really up for debate. But anyways, until he met these new people that him and his group were with after they left Terminus, up till that point, he never meant to run into them at all. But now, it might benefit them much more than Rick might think. But first, before anything else happens, he's going to explain what happened ever since they left Terminus. Rick and them left Terminus. So now, we're going to get a flashback to what happened since Rick and them were at Terminus. And this video is pretty much What If Madison's Family Joined Rick Part 20, whenever Shane was revealed alive. So think of this as a repeat, except it's not surviving, it's just Gareth's group and the unidentified people where they've been. So, put your minds back to right after, it's about part 2 or 3, whenever Rick and the group save Abraham and Carol, and they leave Terminus, and slightly after, Martin is killed and eaten by the Terminus residents for trying to go after Rick and his people. So it's right after that, pretty much, sometime after. Terminus is still in good shape. And, as for the residents, pretty much everyone there is alive. No major fight broke out. As a matter of fact, Martin is the only Terminus resident, as of so far, in this point in the story, that has died. But a problem soon arises at Terminus. They're running scarcely low on food. Barely anyone's coming to the community anymore. Not even anyone since Martin was their pretty much last meal, really. Alex and Mary, the two family members of Gareth, inform Gareth of this and say that since Martin, they've had barely maybe 2, 3 other people at max, and even though it hasn't been too long, they tell Gareth that they feel that if they don't leave Terminus now, they're all going to die. They left Terminus for what it was after they took it back for such a long time, and true, while it might have lasted, it just doesn't seem like it's going to last anymore, and that they need to leave, otherwise they're going to end up dying, and they might have to resort and ending up eating each other. Gareth says that he absolutely would not want to eat his brother or his mother. And Martin was a hard enough thing that he didn't want to do in general. So he agrees that they should leave. So he informs everyone at Terminus, including his family, to gather every scrap of food that they might have left, gather all the other essential items, and abandon Terminus. So, in this timeline, Terminus is not going to get burned to the ground and exploded by Carol. Because remember, she actually got kidnapped this time instead of saving Rick and his people. So, Terminus is going to be in good shape still, but it will soon belong to the dead. Sort of like the prison, except the prison, at least had a few gates shifted down from a horde, so Terminus was in much better condition, all things considered. Soon enough, night arose shortly after Gareth and his people left Terminus. So about, I'd say, 2-3 hours after they had left Terminus, it begins to grow dark. Gareth and his people have to set up camp, with Gareth being one of the ones that's awake, just to see if Rick and his people or someone might come for a second helping, or just to kill them. And they do hear something. Some footsteps behind them. Gareth and pretty much everyone else is on alert and is awake at the fact that they're hearing people from a distant corner of where they are at the moment. People step out from the bushes, telling them to drop everything they have and put their hands in the air. But it's not Rick, it's not Morgan, and it's no one from the group that was just at Terminus. Who it is Dawn. Dawn from the hospital group. Yes, I said that this was maybe going to happen. It's finally happening. Dawn, as well as every other single officer that was at Grady Memorial, has found the Terminus group. And finally, we're going to get them both more involved in any of my stories than I've ever done. Now, before we even get close to how this encounter will go, we also have to talk about how I'm going to make Grady Memorial's officers be a part of the story and make sense of it. Because I have never really touched upon Grady Memorial at all. And someone even joked that it was like a meme of my channel. But no, just never found a way to introduce them properly. But now, we're going to see how I do. Now, first off, we all know that the Daryl and Beth situation at the hospital would not happen, because Beth was never kidnapped and taken there, because of everything that had happened. But we had our own Alexandria little twist there, which kind of, brought on that little department, even though it caused Daryl to leave and Beth is still alive. I'm just saying that circumstances are a lot different. What also is a thing is that Noah is still alive, for now, because he would still be at Grady Memorial, because it was Beth, really, that got him out of there. Without Beth, I really don't think that he would risk trying to get out on his own. And if he did, let's just be honest, that's not really a way that I want to put Noah's character, because it would just end up with him dying. So, he's alive, for now. But soon enough, Dawn and O'Donnell get into that argument by the elevator, or at least some other part of the Grady Memorial, and it ends up with the fight between them going the way as you would expect. But this is where a key thing, besides Beth and Carol not being there, begins to happen. Noah. Because before, whenever the fight broke out, Dawn was able to gain the upper hand and tell Beth to knock him down. But Noah, he doesn't wait for an order or for Dawn to defend herself. The minute he starts to see her get overpowered, he rushes in to help. But this inadvertently leads to one or both of the cops accidentally firing a shot, which, unfortunately, would mean the end of Noah in a very inadvertently accidental way. I know it's kind of a little drag that I kept him alive just for him to get killed by an accidental gunshot, but let's be honest, I really did it with Herschel, so what's the harm of doing it here? Dawn really just wants to kill O'Donnell at this point, because this would make her feel really bad for Noah and him being put in the positions that he's been had to, and the fact that he was killed just so clumsily and wrongly. But she doesn't kill O'Donnell. Not just because of Noah, but because she wants to prove to O'Donnell that she is not like her Captain Hansen. Because that was the whole discourse between them. Is because O'Donnell was beginning to think that Dawn was just like Hansen, or even worse, and that she was a bad leader, which, to be fair, she kind of was. But she wants to prove it once and for all, and her feelings are really starting to come back here, especially after accidentally causing the death of Noah. And so she'll be willing to work well with others, but she still wishes to lead with O'Donnell's help. O'Donnell is willing to listen to this, and is actually glad that Dawn is asking for help, and feels bad also for the bad death of Noah, even though whenever Beth fought him, he really didn't care about her. But I think in this moment, that would change a lot, because Noah's death would be a complete accident on both their parts. Soon enough, after Dawn and O'Donnell start to get things way more in order than they ever have, they realize too little too late that it's way too late for proper leadership to come at the Grady Memorial. Because of everything that's happened, it's just not stable enough for what Dawn's already put in place. So, Dawn ultimately decides, along with O'Donnell, that the hospital must be abandoned. Weak people, unfortunately, that little aspect's still not out of the way, like the doctor and patients, they save who they can. But with walkers slowly starting to get into Atlanta more and more and more, soon enough, the officers are the only ones that escape Grady Memorial. And that's where we bring things to this particular moment in time. Gareth and all the other Terminus residents are put onto their knees as they are stripped of their weapons and everyone is on alert. But Gareth, he is the only one to speak. He tells Dawn and the officers that if they are friends of Rick Grimes or know of him, they don't want any trouble. They just want to be left alone. And it was a complete accident for them to come across friends of his. They just want to be left alone. Dawn, hearing the name Rick Grimes, it sounds familiar to her. Because we have to believe that Dawn or any of the officers at least knew of Rick Grimes. Let's be honest. They definitely would have known of him before they met in canon. But this would be the first hearing of him, really. And O'Donnell reminds Dawn that Rick was one of the officers in the Atlanta City Police from a different sector of Atlanta than them. So it makes sense that this name would ring a bell. But Gareth, this confuses him because he thought that they were on, together. But now Gareth seems a little bit relieved here. It says that they had met him, several other group before, made the wrong choices with them, kidnapped two of their own, and Gareth shows his two blown off fingers to show that, yeah, they really didn't want to run into him again, but they had to leave their home. But now that they see that these people aren't with them, maybe they can all work together. They seem like they're kind of in the same boat as they are, from how many people there are and what they're doing. Maybe they can help each other out. Dawn says that this would be a pretty good idea because she agrees with Gareth on the fact that Terminus residents, even though there's more of officers, and they're both low on supplies, they could ultimately share with each other, and this would help scavenging and making both parties survive, ultimately probably for the best. And even though there are a lot of them, and there could be risks with a few of them dying, it's much better than either group trying to make it out there alone. And Dawn also brings up the fact that even though she knows that they wanted to stay away from Rick and company, whoever is with him, that maybe them finding him from where they are now would help them out. Even if it were for either him and his people to join them, or them to join him, either or. It would be for the best because he was an officer. It would be much more power and scavenging on their part. So, against Gareth's better judgment, now their goal is to find Rick, which is a Morgan move right there. Soon enough, they find Father Gabriel's church, which there are clear signs, even though Morgan took the map, that some people had been here. And there is a bit of a zombie horde in there to prove it. Because remember, the doors would still be locked with the walkers inside. Now, unfortunately, they don't find any clues right away. It takes them a good amount of time. They continue on the road from where the church is. And even though one or two of their group, maybe even three, would die along the road from scavenging being kind of low, they do finally find something in a form of a community called Alexandria. And this brings hope to everybody, because this place actually seems alive. And this is the first sign of real evidence that might bring them to Rick that they've had since both parties met each other. And soon enough, Aaron answers the door. Of course, they're not going to know who he is. But he answers and sees everyone and who they are, and they're tired, hungry, and asks them if he can help them. Gareth says yes, for one thing, they could do with food and, supplies and everything else. But among all of that, they all wish to know where Rick Grimes is and if he was at this community. And when Aaron asks how they know of him, Gareth says that his party had met Rick and company a long time ago, and they were on bad terms and were warned never to meet them again. But things are different now, and he wishes to find him and help him. Dawn also says that it's not just about that, and it's not just about getting food and supplies. She, along with Gareth and everybody else's combined decision, want Rick to either join their cause or them to join him. And seeing as the fact if he was actually at this community, this could prove monumental. Aaron says that, indeed, Rick, several of his crew, were brought into Alexandria not too long ago. It was decent time ago, but they've been here for the good part of a while, and that they are currently involved in fighting another group with an old enemy of theirs, and tells them where they are at the sanctuary. Tells them to be careful after giving them food and supplies, obviously, because if Gareth and Dawn and everybody were to go now, all of them would die, and it's obvious they're going to take a brief respite. You'd think Aaron would be suspicious of this, but from how everybody is and what the combined decision of Gareth and Dawn has led to, no, everything is on the up and up. So Gareth and Dawn's group make their way, and eventually they do find the sanctuary. They go to the right side of the woods, sectored right to the right side of the sanctuary, and see two dead bodies. One of a leather-jacketed man with a red scarf and a barbed wire bat. The other, a guy in an eye patch with a pistol. And they see a guy in the far section of the sanctuary. Someone can make out an old man shot down with a bunch of bullets. And they also see someone who looks familiar. Gareth does, at least. A katana-wielding lady. And Rick, along with Daryl, because Gareth recognized him, they see Rick. But he is very close to death. And he's missing an arm. And they see several men going towards Rick and company. And they start to see more of Rick's company to the side. And Gareth tells Dawn to wait for the perfect moment before they attack, because it could end up with them dying if they're not careful. They wait, and then boom! Every one of Simon and the Saviors are taken down by Gareth and Dawn and company. And that's where the last episode comes into play, where Gareth and Dawn and where both companies have been, and how they perfectly submerge into the story. Gareth finishes the story by saying that he never meant to go after Rick, and after he got his 2 fingers blown off, he meant to stay away from Rick. But things are different now, and says that he wishes to help Rick out and right the wrongs for kidnapping his people and threatening them and all that. And he even admits that they were worse off people, and brings up the cannibalism which would come into effect here. Now, Rick and company are shocked by this, but considering with the governor and everything, ain't the worst that they've heard of. Dawn also wishes to say to Rick now that it's an honor to meet him, and it's sad to see what has all clearly happened here, but wishes one of 2 things. Either them to join his side in the Alexandria community, or for him to become the leader of their combined group and them just basically survive. And I know that might sound drastic, but she knows for a fact that Rick's been on the road for a long time, considering everything that Gareth told and what he clearly must have been through, and wishes for one of the two things to happen, because it will be a major one-up for either scenario. But will Rick take this? Will losing his hand and almost dying just put him too far to maybe just kill them all right now? Will he not care about the idea? Or will this actually bring new meaning to what Rick might have in store for the future? And today we'll be getting into part 16 of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake, where the governor's story has officially come to an end, and we see the aftermath of Gareth and Dawn's people helping Rick and either offering to join him or him join them. Either way, it would be a major benefit for all those considered. Now, we will see Rick's decision and parts of the majority of the rest of the story, that's a little bit of a tongue twister, play out right now. Rick takes some time to think on this, but really, he can't really make a decision right now. Think about it. The man lost an arm, almost got killed, his nemesis came back, and the guy who didn't seem like a problem, Negan, who was halfway good, died. Gareth returns with these new people. It's a lot to take in, even if Gareth wasn't as bad a guy as in the original story. Rick takes a moment. He sits down. He tries to think, but he can't. He tells Gareth and Dawn that if he is to come to any decision, he needs to be... He needs to relax. He's been through way too much as of recent. He needs to, sit down, maybe see a doctor at Alexandria or something, and then take some time to think. He will allow them to stay with their community, but he can't make a decision on them joining, he can't really think properly right now. He just needs to, put his mind asunder after everything that's happened. He then takes Lucille, not understanding why Negan had it, since Negan wasn't really the big factor of the story here. The governor was the prime, factor. He then goes on to say that Dawn and Gareth are more than accepted now, especially thanks to their help. But as for him joining them, before he's to become any decision about that, or think on it any further, he just wants to get back to Alexandria and get himself some well-deserved rest and get himself patched up. But then he hears a voice behind him, an unfamiliar voice, telling him, "We have a doctor and can get you closer and faster to recovery." He turns around and sees a man with a hat, a trimmed beard, and with a jacket. He introduces himself as Jesus. Now, because of everything that has just transpired, Rick doesn't take this request lightly. He aims his gun with his one good arm and aims it straight at Jesus. Pretty much just like their first encounter. Because remember, that didn't happen yet. So, happens here. Rick demands to know who he is, where he came from, and if he's one of the men that the governor was hiding, or that Simon and those people had. Jesus said that he in no way was related to anything or anyone that was against these people. As a matter of fact, he saw Rick Michonne leave along with several others to the sanctuary. He explains the hilltop's travails with the sanctuary, and seeing as though they're all defeated pretty much, albeit from, outposts, since they now know of how many numbers the saviors actually have, he feels that it's best to, go along. And then whenever everything happened, he felt now was the good time to introduce himself. Rick takes all this in, thinks for a second, and is just like, you know what? Just take me to your hilltop. I don't care about your leader. I don't care about anything else. Just get me somewhere where I can get patched up and rest. Because Rick, you can't imagine everything that would be going on in his head right now. It would just be way too much for a man to bear. And Rick Grimes has already gone so much as a character. This would be just adding more on that does not need to be added on. So soon enough, all of the group that is alive goes to Hilltop to get Rick especially patched up. They meet Gregory, and Jesus mainly informs him of the fact that outside of Satellite Outpost, which there really isn't any left, there's like 2, 3 left, so really nothing to worry about. Outside of 2, 3 outposts, Negan's forces, as well as the governor, who was a major hand in the recent years of the Sanctuary, are now all defeated, and say that they have mainly come here to bring Rick here to heal and to just check up on the rest of the group and talk like, peace, like trade, stuff like that. And I feel that Jesus and the way that the Saviors were dealt with like this would make Gregory not so much a jerk here. Trust me. He would still be a jerk. But considering the fact that the Saviors are pretty much done for, I don't think that Gregory would be as, forceful about making the group leave or kicking them to the curb, as you will, as he was in canon. And that's only because, the Saviors on the road, the outposts, and then more and more Saviors kept coming. It really just depended on the circumstances. And this story has dramatically changed that. And I think I'm kind of preaching to the choir on that one. Soon enough, after everything's said and done, everyone's introduced and all that, Rick is taken to Dr. Carson, which I think the other Dr. Carson that was already there would be dead. So this Dr. Carson's still alive. So Rick soon enough is put into Dr. Carson's room and healed up so far to the best of which they can work with. Soon enough, they begin to work with Rick more. Well, he begins to work with Rick more and anyone who might be, medical related at Hilltop. And Rick, he just can't help but smile at this. One, because it's kind of clear that he might be losing his mind at this point. And number two, it kind of just brings him back to the hospital from whenever he was there. It's like a repeat. And Rick, he is definitely happy to be hopefully putting this all behind him and glad that everyone survived from the governor and everything, except his arm. That wasn't too fun. Soon enough, during recovery and getting himself up and moving more during recovery, we see a Rick Grimes akin to the comics, obviously because of the hand, but more so because of the one hand and the Lucille factor, because remember, he took Lucille, not to, take it away from Negan. Negan wasn't a bad guy here, really. It was the governor. He just took the weapon because he felt like he deserved it from everything he just went through. And Rick, at that point, was just losing his marbles. He didn't care what he took or what he did. Heck, he could have killed Jesus for all he cared. But anyways, let's get on to what happens with the last few satellite outposts and the remainder of the Saviors. With no leaders or commanders to speak of, really, the Saviors are in complete, disarray. There's no chance that they can amount any kind of threat now. And they weren't the threat, really. The governor and the Croat were the main problem. But Dawn and Gareth's group, losing barely any of their ranks, take care of the last few satellite outposts to make sure that the Saviors don't mount some kind of threat in the future. As for the Junkyard and the Kingdom, how are we going to figure out about those? Well, I feel that from Jesus saying that the Hilltop had problems with the Saviors originally, this would amount to the last few satellite outposts being a big deal to take care of. So the Junkyard and the Kingdom, even though the Junkyard didn't really have too big a deal with the Saviors at first, I feel that both communities would have been found out by the Saviors or just from Jesus, really. Now, Michonne and Daryl would take people to go to the Kingdom and the Junkyard to let Rick heal and to just, give him something to do. Now we get into season 7 because, yeah, we were still in season 6 territory. Now we're going to talk survivors. Who has all lived? Because it's about time we talk about that. Gareth and pretty much all his people, including his brother and mother, are still alive, as well as Dawn and all her officers mainly. Possibly just 1 or 2 lost at max. Beth is still alive, of course, wielding the crossbow for the last few parts. Carl is alive, as well as keeping his eye, for now. Abraham and Glenn are alive, and trust me, we all wanted that, and I've made that happen many of times. Sasha is still alive, so Sasha and Abe are going to be together still. Dr. Carson is alive, which means that the Hilltop has more medical help. Eric is still alive, meaning Aaron's character development is better. Spencer's still alive, but honestly, who really wants him alive, really? It's just how the stories went that's kept him living. Denise and Olivia are still alive. Jesse and Sam, haven't touched base on them in a good minute. Mika is still alive, meaning Carol has better character development. Well, not better, so to speak. She's just softer. Benjamin and Henry are still alive. Well, Henry, obviously. I'm just saying Benjamin's there with Henry. Richard, Shiva, as well as many residents of the kingdom would not perish because of the Saviors being a big deal in that aspect. They took out all the kingdom's warriors. Jadis and her people would still be alive. Jadis is still alive, but her people mainly. So that means that the junkyard and everything that they had going during the whole Savior thing, that's going to stick. Now that we are done with survivors, we're going to talk about what happens after. Eugene, over the course of this time, would craft bullets for all of the communities, and it would definitely be good because there wouldn't be any war between the Saviors. So this would result in a lot more ammunition. I'm talking absolute just bang ammunition, plus the ammunition that they would take from the sanctuary if they were to at all. Father Gabriel would keep his vision because he would never have that encounter with Negan with the walkers, which means that we wouldn't have that, like, one-eyed Gabe. So, which isn't a total loss. It's also a gain. I mean, it depends on how you look at it, really. Heath, I'm going to throw the bone to going alone to Oceanside like I've done before, because for one thing, Tara would be dead, and number 2, can't really think of anyone else that would go with Heath besides Tara. He would return to Oceanside after going there first and inform Natanya that the Saviors are dealt with after hearing of their travails. And though Natanya would not really want to believe this, I feel that hearing that the Saviors were taken care of would give her and her people a much-needed sigh of relief. They would finally be able to rest as a community, not to be threatened. Morgan's character development, obviously, would also be very dramatically changed because of Benjamin still being alive. And I really find it stupid that he changed in general because of Henry being around, but that's just the way that they went with it, because I guess Benjamin just reminded him more of Dwayne. Anyways, getting sidetracked. We get into season 8 territory, and at this point, Eugene has crafted absolutely god amounts of ammo from how much our group has saved from no real threat of the Saviors and the ammunition and guns they'd be trading with and taking. This results in, oh my god, a absolute ball-ton deep load of ammo. There would just be so much, it would not even be funny. Speaking of group and everything else, Rick has finally, at this point, recovered to the point where he's willing to talk to Dawn and Gareth about making a decision as to their question about possibly joining their side. But Rick finally has an answer. He doesn't want to leave his family, and he doesn't feel like going off on their own. Leaving the communities that they've worked together to build behind is a smart move. But they are more than welcome to start here, and Rick will lead them all, Dawn's group especially, into a police task force which can actually make the communities better, like civilized. Bring society back like Deanna wanted. And then he explains who Deanna was and what she wanted for the communities. Dawn agrees with this, as well as Gareth and many others. And this actually fits to what Dawn had thought about too. Bringing the world back to how it was, even when she was back at the hospital doing her own thing. That's what she wanted, bringing the world back together in her own sick little way before she changed. Soon enough, we see Rick leading all of the police force of Dawn, as well as several of the warriors of all the other communities that are, police fit, and some of Gareth's people that would be around that kind of role too. So, we got a huge police force that's armed up here. Then we get into Season 9. But how will Season 9 go? How will the rest of the series go? Especially with the fact that Rick, at this point, is like his comic counterpart, but a lot different. Does this mean that the threat of the Whisperers with all of this happening will even be noticeable? Will anything major happen for the rest of the series now that the governor has officially been taken out of the picture, meaning that, he was kind of the whole deal of the series? Or do you think that there are more scary surprises in store for our people, including Rick himself, looking more and more closer to possibly losing his life in this story?
Look, I don't care what you are. This ends now! We're the ones who win.
Hey guys, and welcome to the finale of What If the Governor Met Negan the Remake. Yep, we are on to the finale with a 42-minute rendition, which I never really... This is the longest finale I think I've ever done. This will cover the whole Whisperer arc and what happens after, and you'll see why this is the finale as we get into it. We get into Season 9, where we left off last time, with Rick Grimes being a comic counterpart after the whole governor situation, and yet not really, because this would be far later than in the comics when he originally, his arm was taken from him. And in the show, they pretty much modeled Aaron to be like Rick Grimes. They severely handicapped him in the comics, and yet he lived to the end of The Walking Dead in the comics. But now, that rule's been reversed in the show, at least this time around. And yet, not really, because of how much later it's happened. But anyways, what happens after, besides that, since that's where we're at, Gregory still tries to kill Maggie, but Ken isn't killed on the run this time, so it's just Gregory being like, I'm done listening to her, and the fact that he lost the vote and everything, which I feel would still happen. But it isn't Maggie who hangs Gregory. It's Glenn who shoots Gregory, which isn't the first time I've had Glenn kill Gregory in a story. No. I've had him do it on several occasions. Because I feel that if it were to have come down to it and Glenn had lived, he would have killed Gregory no frickin' problem. No way he would have, not killed Gregory in the place of Maggie. If Glenn were to have let Maggie hang Gregory, that's really to be argued. After that, the whole bridge situation and everything would be severely undermined because of how much more people, Dawn's group, Gareth's group, it wouldn't even be like a contest or anything. We'd have far more people from all the other communities. It wouldn't even be an issue. Then we get the 6-year time jump where Yumiko's group is introduced. But this time, they wouldn't just be saved by Judith, if at all by Judith. They would be saved instead by Dawn and some of her police force, along with new members to the police force. Because remember, whenever Dawn and them joined the group, along with Gareth and them, they not only brought Dawn and Gareth's groups more together, but they got members from all the other communities to act as constables, which is what Deanna did. Rick's modeling that more and more because of how much different he is. He introduces himself once Yumiko's group is brought to the communities, sort of like a comic Rick move. But like I said, not really. Not really. It is like comic Rick, and yet it's not like comic Rick, if you guys get what I mean. Because he really... It's a 50-50 battle, really, because of everything that's happened in the story. Anyways, we then get into the introduction of what would be the Whisperer Saga, and what will be the Whisperer Saga, with Abraham, Sasha, and Spencer being around to accompany Eugene and Rosita to the tower, so that way they can further their communications, because I feel that that is something that would happen regardless of any kind of outcome. Unless you're with Eugene and Milton in my Sophia story, then it happens way earlier. So, yeah, that's different. But anyways, we're not, like, I've done this before too. This finale is going to have a lot of repeats from other stories, which isn't the first time I've done that either, so a repeat on top of more repeats, as it were. Eugene is not going to fall and injure his leg, so they're not going to be, like, in a horribly bad situation. Because of Abraham, not only because of Sasha and everything else, but Abraham and Spencer mainly play the part in helping Eugene not hurt his leg. But it's all three of them together with Eugene and Rosita that help them get out of there without, like, leaving anybody behind. Once they return to the communities, Rick hears of what went down, and that the walkers, they could hear them, and that they were talking. This brings a lot of attention to Rick, because they haven't had truly anything happen for a while now, since the whole thing at the sanctuary. Because remember, the whole Savior situation and everything like that, that was dealt with back in the end of Season 6. And Rick says that they need to deal with this, and it might not be big, but they need to go to the nearest spot of which those walkers were and see what's going on. Jesse, who's still alive, by the way, if I didn't mention that in the last part, which I feel I did, says that if Rick's going, so will she. Because since Jesse is still alive, and because of everything that has happened, Rick and Michonne never got together. So, Rick and Jesse are going to get together. That's not the first time that I've done that little bit either. Very few and far in between stories have I put these two together. It's just because of circumstances. I got nothing against Jesse. Sam's the only one that I ever had, and Ron, but those had their own little problems too. Michonne is still going, even though she's alone. Daryl is accompanying, because he went before. Abraham and Sasha are going too. Aaron and Eric, as well as Jesus. Yumiko and Magna, I feel, would still go. Beth is going along, because she's with Daryl. Dawn and a few of her hospital members, the police force. Gareth and a few of the Terminus residents, as well as a few just small people, like unnamed people at this point in the show, that would be like officers, I feel. Yeah, that's our group. Rick Grimes feels that even though this might not be anything, this is, like, definitely going to help out in case this is something. Like, in case this goes bad some way, somehow, some way. Anyways, they go off. And with that, we get to the cemetery. And nothing truly, like, comes off as unordinary, so to speak. That is, until walkers start to emerge. And this is the part where Jesus would originally fight them alone. But since we have so much more people, any whisperers that are revealed kill just small unnamed people. Really nothing truly important. So the threat of the Whisperers, like the entrance to them, is significantly undermined. Because, yeah, that's just how it would go around this time. Then we get to the bridge sequence, which, again, that didn't really amount to much besides Lydia being revealed, you know, Alpha's daughter. It really just comes off just so much more, just, It's just okay, it's a Whisperer girl, which kind of was the deal before, but then we realized how important she was. Anyways, this I've also done before, but Rick, this different kind of Rick, he would definitely spare her. Now, on some occasions, I think I've had her kill her, or had more, thoughts about wanting to kill her, but this time, I don't think he really would, and they bring her to Hilltop. But before we get into more of that, there's something that I forgot to mention in the last episode, which I realized after I made this story, or this part of the story, that I forgot to mention. Siddiq. Totally forgot to mention him in the last episode, or, when I made when I made the parts for this particular setting for the story, I forgot to mention Siddiq in this portion. What happens to him? Well, he would still get saved. I'm not running that past here, especially with the group we have at this point in the story. This would be Season 8 territory, by the way, which was how it happened before. He would be saved by Carl again, with the accompaniment of Enid and Sam. However you accompaniment. There you go. I messed up that word like 6 times. So Enid and Sam would accompany Carl to rescue Siddiq. Sam, unfortunately, would get bit while trying to honor Siddiq's mom, because I feel that would still play out. Except it's not, hidden whenever Sam gets bit like Carl did. This time, it's in plain sight, because even though Sam's better here because Carol didn't traumatize him, he still ain't much of a fighter at this point in the story. He's still, probably wouldn't be that much of a fighter if he had lived anyway. Probably at least take him to an adult. This, of course, does upset Carl and Enid, and they have to go and break the news to Jesse once they return back to Alexandria. Like I said, this would be around Season 8 territory when I mentioned all those other things. Just forgot to mention it last time, when I made this portion of the story. This would, of course, upset Jessie because now she has no kids. But with Rick, I'm not going to say that they wouldn't have children. I never discussed whether they would at all. But still got Judith and Carl. So, that's at least got to be worth something. Now we get to present day, since I got that little side note out of the way. Daryl, I feel, would still be the one to interrogate Lydia. And I feel that the interrogation would go a lot smoother, maybe even with Beth down there. So, yeah. Daryl, he was crazy enough to interrogate Randall before that was really before he became a good guy. So, who knows? It could be the same, could be not. But, like I've also mentioned before, we're not really going to get Lydia and Henry yet. We're not going to get that little relationship, little twist there yet. Because Henry's not locked down there because of Benjamin. He wouldn't do anything stupid with Benjamin around. So, I've had them meet still in other stories because of this, but they're just not going to meet yet. So, that's going to be for later in this finale. Soon enough, we get to Alpha and the Whisperers arriving in Hilltop for Lydia, and honestly, the setup for that would go pretty much the same, except we're taking another nod out of the comics for Rick being the one to talk to Alpha, which also isn't the first time I've done that. Like I said, repeats upon repeats in this one, because I feel that that's just the best way to go about it whenever I made this. And I do repeats in my other stories anyway, pretty much all the time. Now, Rick says that she ain't getting Lydia back, and she knows what's been done to her and everything. And that if they want a struggle or a fight, they're going to get one. But, just as he says that, Luke and Heath are pulled out of the bushes by 2 Whisperers and held at hostage point. So, because Alden's dead. So, yeah, Heath. I've also not done that one time either. I've included him as a hostage too. Alpha says that she wanted to kill them, but she wants her daughter more. Pretty much all what she said to Daryl, and, pretty much that going down per normal. And ultimately, Lydia being held back to Alpha, and, unfortunately having to go back with her in the exchange of Luke and Heath. Now, back at the Kingdom, we get that whole movie little plot there, but with far more people, because the Kingdom didn't lose any of its fighters, and it's in much better working condition because of the Savior threat being next to nothing. The Governor was the main problem. So there's Shiva, Richard, plenty of the Kingdom. It really is just much easier. And the Highwaymen makes the threat of them at first much more significantly undermined, because even though it seemed like there was stuff that was going to go down with them, yeah, the small threat that we thought they were going to be in the original, yeah, that's way more undermined. A lot of things undermined in this. Anyways, Henry, Benjamin, and Morgan, after Alpha and Lydia leave with all the other Whisperers and everything, they all agree that Rick just sent Lydia back to a monster. Think about it for a second. They saw the marks. They saw what Lydia's been through and everything else. At least they heard most of the truth and everything. They gotta go back and get her. They can't leave her with that group, that horrible mother, especially after they saw her smacking Lydia and everything. Like, being so assertive. It's just wrong. But Abraham, Dawn, and Gareth all just pitch in right away and say that going after the Whisperers, even to get Lydia back, would be suicide. Because even though the threat of them at the cemetery was meek, they still lost people. Well, a few unimportant people in the version of the story, not the world that they're in. But Rick, you would think that he would not want to do this, but, like I said, he is a much different Rick Grimes than I've ever covered. So he says that if they're going to go, they need good people, and they need to be, good at getting her. So Daryl, Connie, Beth, and Morgan are all going to go. Rick looks at all of them, just to be sure, and asks if they're all going to be okay. It looks at all of them in particular. Not that he's unsure that this is going to work, but he just wants to be sure that all of them are going, and they know what they're getting themselves into. Morgan just, suffice it to say, just tells Rick that he doesn't die, being a very, Morgan move. And everybody else, they're all okay. Now, of course, Benjamin and Henry would want to go, but Morgan insists that they stay, because even if it's for Lydia, because neither one of them's in a relationship with her yet, they gotta stay back so that they're, if they bring too many people, they're at risk of, losing, people, and they lost people with the cemetery. The fewer, the better, ultimately, in this case. Now, Daryl and Connie pulled a move that they did originally by disguise themselves as Whisperers and bringing walkers into the Whisperer camp. Beth then takes the initiative and rescues Lydia amidst the chaos, also taking out any of the Whisperers or walkers that would happen to be near them, so that way, Lydia doesn't get bit and she doesn't get bit. Morgan, while they're all leaving, would take out some of the Whisperers and walkers with the stick, just in case any of them happened to come across them while they were trying to get away. Especially, Alpha or anybody. He really doesn't care just as long as everybody's safe. He's in crazy Morgan, but, still. Eventually, Beta and a lot of the Whisperers and the Walkers that he had in episode 9-13, whatever, it don't matter. He pulls them all together to the building that they were at originally. And with this comes a unique, clever plan brought to the attention by everyone here. Daryl and Morgan agree on the fact that they should be the ones to take out Beta together. They're the two strongest here, and with Morgan's combat skills with the stick and Daryl's own unique training, they can beat him. One of them probably would just be enough, but they shouldn't take any chances. Beth and Connie are told and agree to stay aside and take out any whisperers or walkers that happen to get up to the stairs where they are at the building, just to be on the safe side. And they do in unique fashion. Connie takes out a few whisperers and walkers like she does whenever she kills them in the original. And Beth, I gotta say, this is probably the first story that I have done that I've really pulled out the warrior in Beth. Made her like a Daryl, like a Daryl 2.0, so to speak. Using the crossbow way more than I've ever had her use at all, really. Making it Beth have far more potential, besides my, like, what if Amy survived, mainly. But anyways, she takes out whisperers and walkers in unique fashion as well, with the crossbow and her knife. Because remember, she'd still be alive, so she'd still have her knife. So Daryl still has his one knife, which means we don't get the sick two-knife thing. I feel like Daryl would have a second knife eventually, just not from Beth. Anyways, they take out their whisperers and walkers. Meanwhile, Morgan takes out one of the whisperers that Daryl did in the original, which isn't much of a real change, but still something to point out. And Daryl takes out the other one that he does with the axe. So, with all that said, we get to the big fight. Beta, which would originally be Beta versus Daryl. But, like I've done before whenever Negan and Daryl fought Beta together, not only in the original, but at this point, which I've done in a few of my stories, this time, it's going to be Morgan and Daryl versus Beta. Beta comes crashing through, ready to attack, but he doesn't get the chance to. Because just before he is about to tackle Daryl to the ground, which he does in a very cool fashion, Morgan comes straight to the left of where Beta is running towards Daryl from, and knocks him right in the face with his stick, just to really catch him off guard before he begins to attack. Then, whenever Beta is just dazed and confused because he didn't know that Morgan was right there, obviously, this was a great ambush, Morgan just goes full combat Eastman style and just goes whack after whack, strike after strike at Beta. But the strikes don't really hurt Beta as much as you would think. Sure, Morgan has the advantage in combat maneuvers, like using his combat to his advantage, but the strikes aren't really hurting Beta, so to speak. They did catch him off guard, but soon enough, Beta begins to grow tired, annoyed, because the strikes aren't hurting him too much, they're just annoying him. And soon enough, he begins to get the edge on Morgan. Not in combat maneuvers, but just in pure, brute strength. And the towering beast that Beta is, he'd be able to do this to even combat Morgan, no matter what Morgan he was. Fear Morgan with the axe, a little bit different. But Morgan even begins to realize that Beta is going to take a lot more than just a stick to take him down. But he doesn't have to worry about that for long, because just then, Daryl comes right from behind Beta, which is what I've had him do before, and like in the original, slices his chest, and then stabs him in both of his eyes with his knives, because I feel that would happen regardless. Morgan would have a knife on the ground, or maybe Daryl would have a second one. It just really depends. This is season 9 we're talking about here, so anything is possible, even if Daryl didn't get Beth's knife. So yeah, we get that gruesome scene, which I think is, a lot of people complain about Beta's death, but that scene, it's pretty friggin' hardcore. After that, taking no chances at all, even if Beta's blind, Daryl and Morgan gun Beta down until no part of him can either turn into a walker or, move at all. Until his face, his body, everything is just decayed flesh and just, a shell of who once was a towering beast Beta. And when Alpha figures out about this, which we all know what happens, that means there's going to be extra Pike victims whenever the Pike scene comes up here pretty soon. And yeah, the Pike scene victims, they're going to be noticeable, which I have done before noticeably, but I'm saying for the context of this story, they're going to be noticeable. After that, everything seems okay. Everyone's at the kingdom, and Henry and Lydia officially start to get into the first of what would be their relationship, because Henry only really started to take notice of Lydia and like her pretty much right when she was being taken to Alpha. Because remember, we didn't get that talk, and I've done that before. But all good things come to an end as we get into Alpha disguising herself amongst the kingdom and, having that whole talk with Ezekiel, and that progressing into her sneaking up on Lydia and trying to get her back. But as much as everything's changed here, Lydia would still not want to go back because of everything that's happened and the fact that she would even probably use Beta's death against Alpha, which would make Alpha all the more angry, but she can't do anything here. And she still loves her daughter. She's not gonna kill her. We all know that from season 10. She wouldn't kill her in this moment. And that's what she told Beta. And then we get to who's kidnapped. Rick, Michonne, Morgan, and Daryl. All of them are kidnapped. And Rick is shown the Horde by Alpha, like the comics. Because in the show, it was Daryl. In the comics, it was Rick. This time, it's Rick, which I've also had happen before. Taking much more noticeable notes from the comics, since I've also not only looked at more upon it, but I've read all of it. So yeah. Anyways, that brings us to the Pike scene, with extra Pikes. And we're officially going to get into who the Pike victims are. Because most of them, albeit some the same, because small people, a lot are pretty dang noticeable. First, Ozzy, the leader of the Highwaymen, would still die. Alec being the next one, because remember, they're small people, didn't really matter that much. DJ being the next one, a small savior. Ken, like he did in the comics, dying. Can't remember if it was the same Ken, but he still dies. Rodney and Adeline are the next two. Finally got their names right. Next victim would be Gareth's brother, Alex. The next, his mother. So, yeah, living far longer than I've made them survive. The next one would be O'Donnell, the side captain to Dawn. And yeah, he'd be living a lot longer too. Next, the officer that assaulted Beth, or, at least tried to. We don't really talk about that. And the next one would be Benjamin, which is, I feel, the first time I put him on the Pike scene. Gareth would be the next one. And honestly, this would be kind of sad. With Dawn being the next, they were pretty good characters after they saved Rick. Jesse would be the next victim. And last but not least, Beth. The last few victims, like I said, for the context of what this story has been, yeah. The victims, most of them being, small ones, yeah. Last few were definitely noticeable. And I feel that would be put more into purpose, not only because of Beta's death, but I feel that Alpha would know from her first meeting with all the group, and the fact that they invaded her camp and everything, that they would be the best people to kill. Because I feel that's what happened in general when Alpha did that. Now, we have a bunch of people out for Alpha's head. Morgan, Henry, Ezekiel, Rick for just, the last few deaths mainly, Daryl, and all of them are now going to be after Alpha's head, which I've done that before in my original What If Rick Spared Shane. I had a bunch of people after Alpha's head, and I cut the whole Whisperer arc back then. One, because I didn't know what the crap I was doing, obviously, and number two, because I felt like at the time, Alpha would just be completely and utterly killed. But Morgan? Oh, Morgan. This would honestly be one of the only times, because I've covered it before, but one of the only times that I've had Morgan be involved in losing someone from the Pike scene or even being around at this time. So Morgan, he's back to being crazy, and that's not going to go well for the side of Alpha. Now, I feel that when Henry and Lydia would talk again, because their relationship would be growing much more with Henry being alive, he would say to Lydia, as well as probably many others, that Alpha needs to die. And as much as Lydia would probably fight against this, Henry being around and everything being, not, kind of better yet not really, she would understand a lot more because of her own character development being a lot better with Henry being around. Now, for the Winter Storm, the Kingdom would still be in high fashion, so we're not going to get that whole move over. The Winter Storm's just going to be the Winter Storm. It's not really going to be anything worth talking about, which I've also covered before. I can't believe I'm even starting to grow tired of how many repeats that there are to this finale, but hey, it had to happen. Soon enough, after the Winter Storm's over, or shortly after, Amanda Shepard, one of the officers to Dawn, and one of the officers to now pretty much Rick since they joined him, goes to talk to him and says that even though Dawn is gone, they came here for him. He became their leader. And since they have so many officers still, and plenty of more warriors, they should gather an even bigger army, every little warrior that they can, to avenge Dawn, Gareth, and everybody else. Because she herself doesn't want to wait for it. And she doesn't want anyone else to either. Rick would then make a speech soon enough, and would agree upon Amanda Shepard's thinking. He would make a speech akin to his Season 8 self, saying that if they start tomorrow right now, that they will win. And this means that there is not going to be peace with the Whisperers. This means that they're going to instant war as soon as possible. That means that the Whisperers, with so many people out for Alpha's head now, more than probably, ever, that the Whisperers are going to suffer bad. Soon enough, we get signs of that, with Training Day being much more focused upon, with not only more people, more, impact, more character development, some kind of lack thereof, but the difference would be that this Training Day is much different. It's not just for training. It's to arm an army. Well, arm an army, it's kind of weird to say, to kill Alpha and everybody involved. We then get many of the people, if not all the same people, kind of, that Rick assembled at the end of Season 8 for the Savior War, because that didn't happen, to go and fight Alpha. And this would all be during Training Day, if not immediately after. And they're going to go find the Whisperer camp and put them down. Because, yeah, that's definitely would go that route. But they don't get the chance to yet. Because a satellite that goes crashing down does. And this puts a major distraction, or kind of a half and half distraction, before they can get the killing Alpha and Whisperers job done. But Morgan doesn't want to wait. Because like I said, this would impact Morgan a lot differently than everybody else. We saw what happened to him when Benjamin died, and that would be no different here. Even if he's further developed and is actually around more, it would still not mean a thing if Benjamin were to die in any way or form. So while everybody's worrying about the satellite and walkers are closing in, Morgan slips from the group and goes to try and find Alpha alone. But Rick notices and tries to stop him because they have a plan. They can't just go about it like just one of them, because if they go one alone, their head might end up on a pike and surprise all of them. It could just make them even more, mad and even more stupid, not wanting to stick to the plan. But Morgan says that he is not relenting, and Rick should understand more than anybody, because Jesse was on the pike too. This puts Rick not so much angry at Morgan, but more understanding. And if they're going to do this, he's going with him, and they're going to finish it together, modeling what they both said before they killed those saviors at the bar. So they make a plan to go and fight Alpha. But the plan, Morgan, after they make the plan, Morgan sees something. Right whenever they're done making it, they see Alpha step out and stare directly at Morgan. Luckily, she didn't catch eye of Rick. And this actually worked to their advantage, because Alpha not noticing Rick means that the plan that they were going to do could be modeled differently. Morgan just stares at Alpha for a long moment, and then Alpha tries to, put on her usual sway of trying to taunt Morgan and, assert herself, as it were. Now, Morgan just honestly wants to, kill Alpha right then and there. But instead of Morgan and Rick clashing here, like my What If Rick Spared Shane remake series, Morgan just humors Alpha until eventually someone does jump down from the ledge that Morgan and Rick were both standing at. Alpha doesn't catch who it is, and this was a very big surprise to her, not noticing anybody else there except Morgan. But the last thing that she sees is a bat coming right down to her head, decapitating it. This was Rick launching himself right whenever Alpha was going to take notice of him. And right at that moment, he launched himself back and then ran right whenever Morgan and Alpha were trying to, Morgan was trying to distract Alpha because he knew what Rick was doing. Rick decapitated Alpha with Lucille. Think about that for a second. After that moment, and after Rick collects himself, because that would be a hard fall for one thing, and for two, just everything that happened. After he collects himself, he yells out to all the parts of the woods that he is now standing at for any whisperers and anything to come out of hiding right now, unless they want to end up just like their leader, showing Alpha's head and his bat, which would be his, obviously, because Negan and Lucille, like I said, really did not matter in this story. The whispers begin to come out because, Alpha's head and the fact that they're staring at the guy who just killed her, they're not gonna, not listen to this. And walkers begin to emerge too. Rick points his gun at all of them and shows Alpha's head and Lucille and says that if all of them do not want to end up like their leader and their commander, they're all going to get out of here. They're going to run, and they're going to never return. They can lead the horde off a cliff. Poetic, honestly. Original story. They can go somewhere else, die to another group. He doesn't care. But if all of them don't leave right now, he's going to do exactly what he just did to Alpha to every one of them. And the Whisperers, not seeing much of a choice in this factor, having no Alpha, no Beta, no one to really take the place of either of them, besides maybe Gamma, not really, and the fact that they are staring at the guy who decapitated their leader with a barbed wire baseball bat from a ledge, yeah, and the fact he's one-handed makes it even more scary. Which makes them just listen to Rick. And with that, wherever the Whisperers would go, it really just does not matter. Whether they would, go off somewhere, die to another group, whether they would plunge themselves off a cliff just by accident or on purpose, it really doesn't matter because the threat of the Whisperers would be null and void anyway. With Alpha's immediate death right here, it's just natural that the threat of them just does not matter. And after that, well, you would think that I would continue on the story with the Reapers and the Commonwealth, but I really just cannot, because with the Reapers and the Commonwealth, it wouldn't even be worth telling a story out of that. And the only reason that I did with the Whisperers is really because of the Pike scene and the sick decapitating of Alpha's head with Lucille, because let's be honest, we would all like to see that. And the only thing that's really worth pointing out about the Reapers and the Commonwealth after that is the fact that with so many more characters alive, we would probably get a lot more sick spin-offs and much more character detailation, if you guys know what I mean. We'd get far more history into the characters and far more sick spin-offs that we've wanted to see, maybe will see, and could see. Stuff like that, which I've also touched base upon before too. None of the spin-offs that are happening now would happen here because of context and everything, but they would be replaced by different ones. Now, I know it might be like I took the easy way out with this, but really, when it comes down to it, the governor was the key factor to the story. If, the main factor. Once he died, the Whisperers were the only real thing to speak of. Besides that, everything else would be significantly hurdled, if not just pointless to tell. And I've, touched base upon that in other stories, even, when I get better context and stuff like that. It really just comes down to how the story goes, what characters are in it, etc., etc. And this one, the governor just played it all out, really. And to think, this is just all another side, another little universe, another paradox that might have happened if the governor had been spared and met Negan and became his own little torture chamber bodyguard. And that's where we leave things and finish things for What If the Governor Met Negan, the remake. That's the end of it. I definitely think that while this is also my longest finale, that it was worth it in many regards. Even if the governor was the main thing for this story, I think it really played out the way I really intended it to. And that's how I feel about a lot of my stories. Because, honestly, if I had played this out the exact same way, it really would have just been a carbon copy rehash. That's why I've made my remakes a lot different. And yet, not so different, if you guys know what I mean. But I hope you guys enjoyed the finale nonetheless. The next series on the line is What If Eastman Survived, which is a pretty good story and kind of a shorter one, honestly. We're going to get a, short story there too. But anyways, stay tuned for that. Like and subscribe, comment, and I will see you guys in the next video.